gonna drive on down the track. Train sim life. It's good to see you four come back. Matt's right here, he's just begun. He's showing how it should be done. An engine driver's life is fun, and we can do it too. Train sim life. Matt's gonna drive on down the track. Train sim life. Good to see you in the chat. Matt will always do his best as he puts locos to the test. He drives for hours without a rest, and you can do it too.
Right, okay, do we have audio? It looks like we have audio. Can you just confirm you can hear me and you can hear the game, okay? And then we'll get going. We have audio, says Rob. Excellent. I assume that means we have all the audio that you're expecting. Excellent. Welcome to the stream, folks. Back on my channel. This doesn't happen very often, does it? I need to try and do more of this. So, I'm quieter than the game. Oh, I should probably wear the microphone, shouldn't I, really? Hang on a minute. Where is it? Tangled up, that's where it is. Hello. Right, is that better? It says I'm louder than the game now. Right, let's get going. So I'm going to do Morristown, given that we couldn't do Morristown last time. The problem seems to be related to the M3, so I've uninstalled the M3. I don't know whether you guys are going to experience that or not, or whether it's because I've got slightly newer content. Right. I was going to do something like 4:30, I think. 4:30, there it is. Hey, okay, how's it going? You're on the Riviera yourself, are you, Scott Powell? Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I need to get that thing that pops up that's got the whole like subscribe rubbish on it. Just for the lols. I mean, it's a pure meme at this point, isn't it? Right, okay, so it's just the control one you're supposed to put this in, actually, not the reset one. Apparently in reality you get one of these at the train and you put it in one or the other, which I didn't know, but there you go. Doors open, lights are on, safety systems. Need to stand up so we can get into there. Somewhere in here, PTC. We're on 25k. Oh, is the other one up here? No. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Normal. Manual on the ditch lights. Right, we should be good. Liam, if you're having problems with Morristown crashing, then yes. If you're not, then no. You've got ROG Ally, have you? ROG Ally, sorry, not allowed to call it ROG. How are you finding the ROG? I've got Steam Deck, and I've been enjoying TSW6 on my Steam Deck for quite some time. You know what? The minute I press the string button, my nose starts playing. I won't worry about it. I feel fine. It's just my nose has just decided, you know what? Now would be a good time to block up. Martin, my day's going good. I mean, it started out by getting up at like 10:30, so, you know, that's the good way to start. Oh, hello. Before we do any of that nonsense, let's get the brakes off. Okay, so PTC clears us to 20 miles an hour. Signal actually clears us only to 15. Well, TS, the actual speed, track speed restriction. Wait for the track to clear. Yeah, all of we've got lots of people working over the weekend. To be honest, Chronicle Toxic. It's sort of an important weekend for everybody. Right, it's good up to 45. But yes, they're all fine, and they've been taking it in shift, so no one is doing silly amounts of hours, just silly times. Downhill here, if I remember rightly. Really need to change this back to overview by default. Oh yeah, quite a downhill. Londo finally got TSW downloaded on everything. Excellent. How do you run it on Steam Deck? Do you use any of the mods? There's some really interesting mods for frame generation and for upscaling and all sorts of things that you can get on Steam Deck, but I'm not wanting to use them because I don't want to take my Steam Deck away from the default experience. But I am curious to see what people have been able to get out of TSW using those enhancements, shall we say. Thanks, Chronicle Toxic. I'll pass that on. I know everybody, the audio team, had to work probably harder on the Voyage than any of the others just because of the lack of source audio. You get 60 FPS on the Steam Deck, Londo. Wow. What settings are you using to get 60 FPS? I've been using medium settings at 1280-800 and, you know, having pretty reasonable success staying stable at 30 FPS. High with low shadows. Okay. I'll have to try that. So we are doing a pass on the game to make it so that we can get it fully certified on Steam Deck. So I am very interested in hearing, perhaps send me a Discord DM or something, on your preferred settings and what you get out of it and so forth. Now I can't take into account things like the lossless scaling app or anything like that, but stock, what kind of settings that you get, how should the game be behaving by default to get the best out of it? Maplewood is next. It runs great on the Steam Deck, to be honest. It's just it doesn't run great by default. That's the issue. You have to fiddle with it to make it work great on the Steam Deck. So, and that's the only reason it doesn't have the certification, the gold tick or whatever it is. I did submit 6 for at least the playable cert, but I've not actually heard. I've not checked to see whether I got a response back on that yet. So. Tell me whether or not you're seeing the game with the green tick or not yet. I've got the earlier one. I've got a 1 terabyte model, but it wasn't OLED. My favourite of the new routes to work on, Marco. I don't really have a favourite one of them. They've all been a lot of fun in different ways and for different reasons. Working with the American audience on the Morristown line was really, really fun. Working with Rivet and the UK audience on Riviera line was good. I probably had less involvement on the Riviera line because, frankly, Rivet and the UK beta testers kind of had it all covered. So of all of them, I probably worked more closely on the Morristown one, but even then, it's a pretty it's other people that did actual work on it. I'm an executive producer. Our job is to make sure work gets done, not to actually do work. That's the other thing that would be good to know, Tuxscatter Zoomer, if there's kind of a preference on mappings for the back controls. Because I've been thinking about, you know, toggling safety systems. You could do that with back controls. I've got one of the back controls on mine set to press F3 so that I can see the frame rate. But I guess if I was thinking about it, I could have just turned that on in the internal deck settings. But Riviera, I do get to, yeah, Riviera's good, yeah. I was having a lot of trouble with the on the deck with the UI. The UI for setting up all the controls and so forth. It seemed like if you tried to do anything remotely complicated with the Steam Deck UI, it forgot or it moved things around randomly. So it's just like this is gonna. It's because it seems like it's going to be quite good. I was a little bit disappointed that, like, if you want to do Control Enter, you've got to do press Control, tap Enter, release Control. It's just like, oh, that's needlessly complicated. Why can't I just do something simpler?
This station stop is
We'll be tweaking the temporary speed limits as we go, Ica. This is very much a first step. For your Steam Deck, you have the 2 back left buttons set as Control and Shift, and one on the right is Enter. Oh, that's a really good shout, Jess, actually. That's a really good shout. It's Eddie. How are you doing, Eddie? So is this taken over from your love of the Electra Stars, is what I haven't asked you so far, Eddie. I can't see why it wouldn't, to be fair. It is actually a million times more interesting than a boring star. I mean Electra Star. I hadn't noticed that on the backgrounds, Tuxcat. I'll have to have a look at that. By all means, folks, if you're using Steam Deck, send me all of your thoughts on how it could be better on Steam Deck so that I can start thinking about that. I've got some of the basic stuff that needs to be done lined up, like popping up keyboard, better settings by default, but your input will help me get it to where it should be better. Disappearing Water on Riviera line. What platform are you on? Great Western Photography? You're not console by any chance, are you? I don't know what the rollout plan is for 220 on BCC and Mac. We'll have to let you know. Oh, hello, Vestibule Bullseye Marker Lights Fuse. I'll do that in a minute.
the next station stop is South Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gas.
Turn the game audio up a little bit. I realised that afterwards,
This
Eddie.
station stop is South Orange.
Station, Highland Avenue, Orange, Brick Church,
One of these is
East
flipped.
Orange,
That's the
North
one.
Street, and Hoboken. Please stand back from the yellow line. Watch the gap between the train and the platform when boarding.
Wow, look at this. Excitement guaranteed. Oh yeah, I totally agree, Rob. Joe always knocks it out the park, though, to be fair. Okay, I didn't think I'd heard back from them yet, Liam. Mountain is next. Announcements is like one of those things like PIS that had a bigger impact on the game than perhaps I was expecting. I knew it was always going to be, something, but
The next station stop is Mountain Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
always interrupting me when I'm trying to speak to the stream nowadays, so I have to have a word about that.
This station stop is Mountain Station.
Why the DMI is off, I don't know. Maybe they don't use it on the 801, I'll check. But my guess would be it's not active yet. Timetables are really difficult, Chronicle Toxic. It's one of those things, it's like Tetris. It's really, the basics of a timetable and doing one train, doing one thing, are trivially simple. When you start multiplying it up and then thinking about the entire schedule, it rapidly gets much more complicated. We'll talk about PS6 when there's a PS6, if there's a PS6. Mine, I have no idea at this point what that even would be if there was one. They seem to be waffling about it a lot in the media, but I've yet to see any evidence of it. Same for anything else, to be honest. We'll cross any of the bridges that we come to as we come to them. PS5, for me, PS5 still has a lot of life left in it. It's still a good machine. Especially with the PS5 Pro there. Hey Moritz, how you doing? Highland Avenue. Oh, there comes Eddie with the once. Someone asked earlier on about the high-speed camera, the shift factory equivalent of pressing the shift key on console. I don't have a date for that yet, but it is on my list. I haven't forgotten. Just too many things on the list at the moment. It's on console, is it? Greatest in photography? That's annoying. We fixed that ages ago, so I don't know why you're not seeing that. Well, I was thinking of trying to do something with radial menus, Londo. I remember when I used to have fun setting up all sorts of things with the old Steam controller with radial menus and such. So I was like, there must be something we can do with the radial controller. What's the reason for not being able to change the PIS in-game? Complexity, to be honest, because it requires a lot of extra workings and systems in the game to actually make it do that. So it's just bit at a time, and I'm wary about making trains more complicated to make, just simply because of the amount of time and so forth that already takes. Oh, we've got a passenger door stuck. We've closed. Stop arguing with me, door. Closed. Let me just step out and do it that way. You're okay, you're okay, you're okay. You're okay, them two are okay. That one's okay. Back one. Based on using the root PIS, it can set the PIS automatically, means that you don't have all the extra controls and so forth that need setting up. Is the long and the short of it. It makes it significantly easier if it's just going to pull it from the root, rather than having. See, the thing is, you either go down the path of having a realistic interface in the train, like in the UK having a train effects system, or in the US having, or whatever it is, having the appropriate system, or you have a simplified system which wouldn't be realistic, and I'm not sure that would be necessarily any better than not having it at all, because the point is the train is already set to the right destination, so what were you going to do except set it to a wrong destination? So yeah, I'm struggling a bit with it at the moment. If we could implement like a full train effect system, that'd be interesting, but that's a big job.
The next
Wait,
station
yeah.
stop is Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Are on-train announcements linked to the destination the train is displaying, or the service the train is running? The service the train is running. Thanks, Adam. Which console is that, Daniel?
This station stop is Orange.
The teleport on foot function. Which one is that, Action Jackson? What resolution are you running at, Daniel? Have you got it set internally at 4K or at HD, 1080p? I think if I had the biggest regret, it was having a 4K option on the Series S, because the Series S is not meant to do 4K, and I think a lot of people pick it. Brickchurch! Oh, the equivalent of Control Zero, the thing that puts you back in the cab. I got you, yes, that needs coming back as well. I got coffee.
The next station stop is Brick Church. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
coming into the church. Coming into the station, you look over at the chat for a minute, it's just like, no man, focus on what you're doing. Why is it watch in the US instead of mind? I don't know, we're divided by a common language, Liam. I want to know what they do with all those extra U's. Yeah, we've done that in the past, Cameron Young, because we had, you know, the 101 uses the roller blinds. Yeah, the Series S isn't meant for 4K. Again, so the idea is that Microsoft specs, they say that the Series X is 4K, the Series S is actually 1440, but we don't have a 1440p option, so I would stick to HD. Unless you find it's running really well on FPS, in which case bump it up to 4K and get it on some extra visuals, because it does look better. What you find on a Series S is it's the equivalent of the PC screen percentage, so it's internally rendering at the 4K and then it will scale it down to a 1080p output. I think on Series S, I don't think it actually outputs 4K. Can't remember. Still gives you a better quality image, just like using scaled anti-aliasing, super scaled anti-aliasing, effectively.
This station stop is East Orange.
No updates on Steam stuff, I'm afraid, Luke. Me badges for the next 12 months. Oh dear. Making a note. Got my tablet over here. Oops. Lock doors. That breaks off. How do we like the Voyager? Excellent. What we need to do is get that emergency brake problem fixed. That's the only thing driving me nuts on my Voyager. Agreed, Jess. When we were looking at it, I pushed the team that we had to do. You know, I didn't want to just go to Paynton because that's a bit of a waste for the 800. But equally, I didn't want to not do Paynton if we went to Plymouth. So I'm really pleased with how it ended up. Really, really pleased. What does an executive producer do? Oh man, I've had another fuse going. Complain about fuses going. No, seriously. It's kind of like, think about what production. DSD and DVD should be fine, Londo, as far as I'm aware. Think about the goal of production in general is to make a game happen, right? Yeah, it's to make the game happen, one way or another. Too much talking and looking. And normally a producer notch. Normally a producer looks after one title, executive producer looks after the producers that look after each of the titles. There's but I mean, by and large, my job in production is to look at the overall long-term vision of the game. Like I'm trying to plan the next several years ahead. I coordinate people. I don't necessarily come up with the ideas for the routes. I'm part of the group of people that does, but I don't come up with the ideas, and I look after what, you know, trying to collate those ideas together and bring them into a scale and a scope that I think will be what players want. And then I put forward proposals to the rest of the business about, well, hey, well, I think it should be this, or I think this DLC should be that. And again, that's not because I've come up with those ideas, it's just bringing those concepts and ideas together and sort of saying, well, this, I think this makes the right sense, and then the wider business will then review that. Game director, I mean, that's one of the things that I do, yes, Liam. I also spend my entire life, I think it feels like sometimes, wading through Jira triage bug lists. Thanks, Eddie. And making sure that we've got the right, you know, if you get a ton of bugs raised, and you've only got a finite amount of time, you want to make sure that you've got the right bugs being looked at. So it's important to look at every bug. Has it got enough information on it? Do you understand what the issue is? How important is that issue versus all of the other issues that are in there? Is it really an issue? Is it just someone doing something wrong? The number of bugs that are just player error or tester error is astonishing. Or misunderstanding, you know, little things that are quirks of the railway in reality that are seen as a bug, like the dynamic brake not working on a multi-level car is entirely realistic. And I think it's been raised as a bug 3 or 4 times so far. Then you'll get, you know, 15 bugs which are all about the same thing because it's come from 15 different testers, and so you need to collate all of that. Let me turn the game down a little bit, turn the microphone up. Hopefully that's normalised things a bit better. I did turn the game up a little bit. Yeah, we don't really have a game director, Liam. I mean, we've got as lead game designer, he tends to do that side of things. But the simplest way of describing what a producer does is whatever is needed to get the game out. Literally. If that means doing some QA testing, if that means helping with localization, I used to do that. If it means going through Jira, if it means playing the game and giving feedback, if it means designing what the next 3 years look like, it's everything. But the buck stops with the producer, which is a lot of responsibility, but it also gives you a lot of control to influence that game. Is there any route I personally wouldn't play ever again? I can't think of any. There are routes that I play less, like Rapid Transit is not one of my favourites, although it got better with 182 DLC. Well, there's a group of us that, so we have what we call a focus group internally, Chronicle, and you know there are lots of people in that group, people that represent third parties, people that represent the community support team. So if any of you talk to our Chris support team, if you've both spoken to Chris, he's in there. There's people from the gameplay team. There are just generally enthusiasts from the company in there. Lots of people, and we all talk about ideas, throw things around. Third parties will submit ideas. When they submit ideas, they go in and get reviewed by the focus group as well. But ultimately, I will generally be the one that pulls together a sort of an overall spec of what I think a particular release should look like, even if sometimes that's exactly what one of the other people has proposed. I looked at it, reviewed it, and thought, yeah, I think that'll do, and off you go. I think I proposed 3 or 4 options to the beta group, the US beta group, and I think it was the US beta group that kind of preferred Morristown as the option out of the ones that were suggested. Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think Riviera line was one that I led the charge on, but I think everybody was kind of heartily in agreement. And Leipzig, generally Lucas will lead interest from representing German perspective, but I was the one who proposed the Leipzig group, and Lucas thought it was a good shout. So it's a team job, yeah. Adam, you got a week off work in 3 days. Hero. Oh, one coming over the other top from that presumably is an arrow from Penn. Oh, we're straight through to Hoboken. We're not stopping at the employee stop. A new longest route in TSW. I don't know, longest route in TSW is a great thing, but the problem is that if it's not an extension where you're building on an existing route, then it's going to have to be something long, thin, with very little variation in scenery, kind of like Castle Würzburg. And I'm not entirely sure that's a good option. Liam, importing your profile didn't prompt you about layers and changed the HUD to a simplified bottom right version. Ooh, interesting. What was the reason for 220 versus the 221? Prominence in the area. We had to pick one or the other, and to some extent access to reference material. But no, it was that was the main reason. unlikely to get any better sounds on the Javelin. Unfortunately, we're generally not able to get running sound recordings with Southeastern. Likewise, the 700, we weren't able to get anything. So the audio team are constantly trying to see if they can get opportunities for better recordings, but not coming up at the moment. Might that change the GBR for sound recordings? No idea. Anything's possible. We weren't able to do 220 and 221 just purely because of just the availability of time and so forth. Chronicle Toxic, because it is two different trains, even if there's something you can share between them. The cab's slightly different, the bogies are different, your extra coach is different. You know, it's a non-trivial difference. It's not just a simple job. So it was do one or the other. Animal, yeah, the trains in carriage sidings packed with passengers is a personal bugbear, but it is on the list to look at. We got a couple of passenger issues knocked off the list for this. We're going to carry on looking at that. And the unload all bug is high on the list. Oh, a BML remaster would be amazing, Jess, but also incredibly time consuming. I think everyone's scared of that route at this point. Hey Jason. What am I waiting for? Looks like there's one coming in off the branch there. Look, there it is. Well, it's a complex thing, Liam. There's nearly 5,000 services, and it currently takes something like 6 hours, I think, to resimulate the timetable. So if you imagine you change one thing, you then need to resimulate the timetable. If that one thing, because of how much there is going on there, is going to potentially have a lot of knock-on effects. So you could need to simulate it 4 or 5 more times, doing bug fixes and so forth. So in order to make one small change, you could have something like a week's worth of work just simulating timetables, not doing anything productive. So it's difficult. And then you've also got the route itself, which is quite memory hungry because there's a lot of track on it. And trying to and make sure that you don't accidentally make a problem worse. Seems little point exceeding 20 because we're just going to get slapped back to 20 on a regular basis. See, I'm with you on that, Scott. I would much rather see it in slam doors. That would be the business. Mobile train guy, yeah, the arrow is amazing, isn't it? I mean, I like all the American trains in this one, actually. 45 is really good, too. Press and hold the button for 5 seconds, from what I gather, Action Jackson. Someone was saying. I need to try that myself. North Shore, is that Little Joe's line, Tom? Generally, routes that don't exist anymore are less interesting to players of TSW. People generally like to play what they see, what they know. Personally, I'm fascinated by the idea of resurrecting history, but the other problem is that when you resurrect history, that job, because the route doesn't exist anymore, it makes making the route significantly harder, which means you get fundamentally less route than if you made a route that was pre-existing. If you imagine, putting it in simple terms, that you can have a 60-mile route if it's a modern route, and a 40-mile route if it's a historic route that doesn't exist. Yeah. Those numbers I picked out of thin air, but that's roughly what I mean. What does everyone think of Day of the Dispatcher? Something we should bring in as a game mode, do you think? And if so, what will make it more interesting? What about MSB, well, you're following the modern path? Well, fundamentally, I think that that's the less interesting path. It's just a giant tunnel. But also, I think if you remake an existing route that's already in TSW, much like extensions attract a lot of negativity because it feels like you're buying something you've already paid for. I think that buying another version of a route you own would have probably a similar negative effect. Oh, Little Joe's for the South Shore. Well, the same is kind of true, Rob, with guard mode. To be honest, it was only ever an approximation, and intended to be a just a fun bit of game, because guarding is different everywhere as well. One of the things people complain about is that we haven't got 10 bell system on the Voyager, for example. And what's a lot of code for someone like Liam to do in the outside of the game will probably be simpler to do in C++ in the internals. So it's kind of like, regardless of how complicated something is, would it be interesting? Is kind of the guts of it. Yeah, what I'd want to do is find ways of... So Liam's added some really cool extra stuff into that, which is like, you know, going and helping people out, or the picking up the rubbish and so forth. But how could you do that dynamically so you can do it at any station? Morristown line crashes, so not solved, but if you want to install the M3, then it works, at least for me. I don't know, we've no idea why, because as far as I can see, nothing has changed from when it was working. So we're all very confused, but obviously it's the weekend, so there's not a lot of people in to look at it at the moment. Melbourne, which service is that?
The next station stop is Hoboken. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
$267. Okay. Eddie, are you about? Can you test that for me? Next, you're going to be telling me I shouldn't be playing with my iPad while I'm driving trains, right? The Londo, one of the things you'll find with that is that there is a bug in the UI. If the final instruction doesn't have a time defined, it does use, I think, the for the duration of the service, it ends up doing like a 0 minus something calculation, so it ends up with a bonkers number. I'll show you a bridge plate collectible animal right now, if I can find one. I'm sure they'll be around here somewhere.
This station stop is Hoboken.
Wait for the service to finish and then we'll go back. Return to free roam. Let's leave the train. Yeah, it's not my train anymore. I don't care. Right. Fire extinguisher. Bridge plates are going to be on platforms, aren't they? Do they not have bridge plates here, maybe because it's a low platform? Hey Bob, not on Twitch, you heathen. To be honest, there's a couple of reasons. One, I can stream at much higher quality on YouTube compared to Twitch. It's limited to 6,000 BPS, and I want to stream at much higher than that, so I can do a good 60 FPS stream. And the other one is that if I stream on Twitch, because I'm a partner, then people will be amazing and they will want to you know, subscribe. But that then makes me feel intensely guilty because I don't stream anywhere near enough for people to be spending their money on that. So I stream over here because then I don't have to worry about it, and I don't have to feel guilty about the fact that I don't stream very often. So I also don't want to give up my partnership. Not yet. I might. So we'll see. And to be honest, I find whereas YouTube used to feel really bad to stream on, being really blunt, the chat interface was pretty ropey and such. It's a lot better now, actually, a lot better. Where are these bloomin' bears? One here. This is a bridge plate. Another one over here, look. Are those announcements sourced from train companies or the script written by DTG using TTS voice actors? TTS voice actors. It's built as a broken up series, same way that the real ones are often done. So we would, you know, we've got to, the next train to arrive on platform .wav is the .wav 14.wav, etc. And then it just creates the string and plays it out, which is why you can tend to feel like it's a little bit, the next train to arrive on platform 1 is the 1432 service, because they're all different files being played together. We don't use live TTS, it's all done pre-recorded. Has the benefit that we can go through and make sure every station is pronounced correctly. You don't get any weird intonations or accents that are inappropriate, for example. So yeah, because otherwise than that, a lot of place names will probably come out wrong. Audio spent a lot of time on this system and are continuing to do so. Different systems use different ways in reality, Liam. Some of them use like the old Microsoft SAM, TTS, I think is what they use on Metrolink in California. You know, and so they just play a smooth string through. It's just not a very good TTS voice, but it has the benefit of being free. We did try talking to a bunch of PIS companies, and it may yet come to fruition, but nothing at the moment. Please mind the gap between the timetable and reality. Right, okay, so I was going to do a multi-level journey last time, wasn't I? Dover to New York, Penn, yes. Starting with America because I couldn't do America in the last stream, so it got left out. Right, putting it forwards. Open the doors. Open the wrong doors. Excellent. My auxiliary lights manual. Headlights are on bright. Access. Alerter. Normal. We should have the safety systems now. What have I got on the back? Should be a 45. No, it isn't. It's a 46. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a 45. Did I pick Dover to Penn or Dover to... I bet I picked Dover to Penn. Right. Pick another service. Multi-level. I picked over to Penn, didn't I? Let's look for Hoboken service. Dover, Hoboken, 418. Nice. Basically, the way the system works internally, Cameron, is we've got a data asset, which think of it like a script, essentially, which says on this event, play this string, yeah, broadly. And then it will pre-populate all of the things into the string. There's more to it than that, but that's basically it. And then you have to add all of the speakers in to the train so that it's got the place to play them. Same for the platforms. Each platform has its own, has its string. The station has a set of strings, rather. The station has them. So each platform can have different voices, potentially can have different strings that are played, and so forth. It's really flexible. Oh, we got the 45. Okay, so let's key in, put it in forward, door open. Around here then we want ACS and that one. Good, good. Is the consist designer going to have the option for loaded wagons? Yeah, I would love to. Oh yeah, I've got changed to electric. I was just thinking it was in diesel mode, Eddie. Electric mode, so that's the fault reset button, right? Where's the pantograph up button on this thing? Fault reset, alarm reset. Somewhere up here there's going to be a pantograph button. Pantograph up.
Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition into electric mode started. Electric mode engaged.
Why is it starting in diesel mode? Because coming off from Hackettstown to Dover, it is in diesel mode. So at Dover, at this station at Dover, they will switch then into electric. I'm confused though why that's not reporting volts. Let's see if it works. Oh, the screen's already in 0. Okay, okay. How will what work? Sorry, Mark. Oh, the loaded wagon option. The idea is to have it to where you can pick one or a group of trains and set them to loaded. Oh, sorry, a group of wagons and set them to loaded. We have a design for it. It just needs implementing. But in order to implement that, we've got to change how the whole concept of loading cargo goes, because it's all unique to each vehicle at the moment, which makes it very difficult to say if a wagon should be loaded or not. It's the other reason we can't do wagon substitution at the moment, because the load it has is unique to that wagon. So if it gets substituted with another wagon, then all you can do is just lose the load. So complicated, unfortunately, and not for any good reason. Bit more audio in the cab. Gentle downhill at the moment. Thank you, Peter. The Glasgow to Barhead. We've got Edinburgh to Glasgow. I don't know if that includes Barhead. You got an advert for a pink Care Bear. Nice, Bernard. Well, the idea with the load thing, Mark, is that you'd be able to sort of have an idea of setting how loaded. So internally we can say if there is 1 or 2, same as on car transporters, we can say if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in there. It's all down to the UI and the complexity of it. That's the difficult bit. That's Cathcart, is it? Or Carhartt? We're already under 50. rear coupler on the 45. By rear, do you mean this one? Or do you mean this one? Oh yeah, we have a fix for the for that coupler as well. If you kept it in diesel mode, it just runs slow. Nothing wrong, Londo. You just wouldn't have the performance that you should have. There's nothing to stop you doing that, you know, and role-playing that there's an electrical outage, for example. Peter, it was not fun. Let's just put it that way. Lots of last-minute scrambling to understand the issue and what was needed. Minimum service. Go. And I get it, Peter, honestly. It was that, from a player's perspective, that was utterly unacceptable, and I get that. I definitely can understand why they would feel disappointed at seeing that as a launch. I was disappointed seeing that at launch as well, so I can't hold it against them. Yeah, the team were all. That's one of the reasons we have everybody kind of there, both launch night and during the weekend, so that we can quickly jump on any problems. Right, coming into Denville. Mark, I don't know about the track shadows on the crossovers. That one is mathematically difficult. Straights and curves was much easier. Remember, we're faking shadows on the straights and curves. You can't calculate them as shadows. It's literally just figuring out where and how to draw a black line that would fake it, that would look like a shadow, and that's considerably harder on junctions. Not saying never, but Luke, so this is a manually lapped braking system. Think of service as the apply function and lap as the hold function.
This station stop is...
It is unusual. Well, it's not that unusual. Lots of trains used to be a lot of UK trains used to be manual. All trains used to be manual at some point. Doors. HSD won't have announcements, Cornish Sniper. Only the new trains have the announcements on them. If there are particular moments where you're not hearing announcements that you'd expect to hear announcements, then yes, drop a support ticket in. I am aware of a couple of instances where an event doesn't fire properly for that. That's on the list to look at, but most of the time it should be alright. Yes, I realise that, Lucas. But for someone who doesn't understand manually lapped brakes, I was trying to keep it simple. Hold actually releases the lets the brake pipe come back up, but uses what they call an EP hold, electropneumatic hold. So it sends an electrical signal to the rest of the vehicles to hold their brake cylinders on while the brake pipe goes up. Because normally when the brake pipe goes up, that's what triggers the brakes to release on the brake cylinders using the triple valves down the train. But an EP hold position tells it to electrically hold that, override that, hold the brake cylinders on, letting the brake pipe charge up. So that means that you get a faster recharge of the brake effectively while the train is stationary. So the idea being, once you stop, open the doors. If I now pop it back into hold, you'll see all the brake pipe and everything has restored, but the brakes are still on the entire train. Right, off to Morristown. Same system as what, Liam? I'm going to run the Western, I think, today, Peter Edmonds. It's got to be done. I did the Scotsman on Thursday. That was ace. Absolutely ace. Just put a minimum set on and get slowed down for that 40. In a minute, ACES, we'll presume aces will start dropping the speed anyway. There it comes. Oh, this train for brakes. No, BR101 has got self-lapping brakes. Most German trains are self-lapping. Appreciate that, Londo. Unbranded Caltrain content hopefully won't be long, Jesco. I think there's a sort of dotting I's and crossing T's going on to just make sure it's all clear, and then it'll hopefully come out, if not on Tuesday, then shortly after. Oh, the UK 101, the BR class 101 DMU, that's manually lapped, yes. Ash, you're enjoying it? Excellent. Glad. Thank you for sharing that. What's your favourite? Well, now I'm hankering for a HIMEC though, Peter, I've got to be honest. Need a warship and a hydraulic and a HIMEC. No, that's not a hint. That's me wishing. And a 50, yeah, really. Aren't lapped brakes a bit antiquated? I don't know actually, possibly, but it's still used in the most modern equipment on NJT. I think a lot of places they've changed over to self-lapping, but I think there are some operational benefits to manually lapped. I think this is manually lapped with partial release, which most American brake systems can't do. They can only do full release, i.e. if you're driving a freight train and you put the brake into release, you can only release the brakes fully. You can't let them off a little bit, whereas this will let you let the brakes off a little bit.
The next station stop is Morristown. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Yeah, you can put Thomas onto Riviera, but you'd have to use free roam for that Adam or a scenario planner. There isn't a layer for it. No, I don't think Bakerloo uses any form of manually lapped brakes. You've got Trainline Vacuum and Trainline EP, which are all self-lapping, just with under different sort of rules and strengths and so forth. I don't think any of them is manually lapped.
This station stop is
Can't remember
Morristown.
actually. I am in the multi-level cab car lobby, doing a Dover to Hoboken run. Morristown. Luke, you're not allowed to raise your up 45 in the in Hoboken. Drive it diesel out to Newark Broad Street and then raise it there. Per special order 1005-6. Honestly, I can't remember, Londo. I'm doubting myself now, which is a frequent occurrence. No, you shouldn't drop it or raise it at Hoboken, Liam, because of danger of sparking. If it arcs, it could electrify the roof. Which would be bad, okay? Thank you very much indeed, Marco. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Much appreciated. I know the team will be happy to hear as well. Morristown coming up. I was just thinking there was a 50 limit there I needed to bear in mind, but if I'm worrying about 50, I'm missing the station by a long way. Which probably is something I would do, to be fair.
The next station stop is Morristown. When leaving the
I
train,
think TFW 150 has already had the change. I just don't know if it's been built yet. If anyone is on Steam, you'll have all your back catalogue and you can have a look at Cardiff and see if it's had the update yet. I can't remember. Animal, electric trains are allowed in Hoboken. Electric trains are not allowed to raise or lower their pantographs in Hoboken. So Alp 45s generally are not allowed to come in except on diesel, because sometimes Alp 45s go in on from an electric route and go out on a diesel route. So in those cases they would have to change the pantograph when they're not allowed to do that because of the safety concerns I mentioned. Whereas if it's an Alp 46, it'll only ever be on an electric route, or an Arrow will only ever be on an electric route. So those can go in and out no problem. But 45s all drop the pantographs before they go into Hoboken. When you mean really bad performance, what do you determine as really bad performance, Subdeep, and what is your spec? I mean, you'll see what I get when I come in. Luke, yes, so there is a sign at Newark Broad Street at the end of the platform. There is a white sign which says something like mentioning Special Order 1005-6, and if you go and Google that, you'll find that Special Order 1005-6 says you have to switch to diesel before proceeding into Hoboken Station. That sounds terrible, Subdeep. What's your spec? I mean, I think even the Xbox One gets better than that. King, loving the Aero 3. Excellent. Can't wait, Rome Morristown with all your latest next week. Indeed, yeah. It's going to be... because once you get the Acela and the ACS64 running in, then all the better. Someone reminds me, I'll show you it when I get to Newark Broad Street, because I'll have to do the same thing here. I've got to drop the pantograph on the on this one. Can't vet. So Ryzen 5 5600 is what I use as my main driver at work, and that runs the game perfectly fine. I have no idea what a 6700 XT is. That's a Radeon, I assume. I have no idea. I can't pitch that, so I'll need the chat to let me know how that one copes. But 5600X is solid CPU. I don't have any, it's not the highest spec on the market by any stretch of the imagination, but it's what I use as my main driver on my desk at work, and it's fine. I must admit, that machine's been out of commission for a bit, so I've not actually tried running this route on there, but I wouldn't expect any issues. But I use, on that machine, I've got a 3080 or a 3070. There you go. I got one horn blast out before there. It does occur to me that putting level crossings on the track monitor would aid in that potentially. It's 3070 equivalent GPU. In that case, I don't know, Subdeep. What screen percentage are you using? What settings? What mods? Have you tweaked up the ini file?
When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Are you running at 200% on 4K, for example? I have no idea on sales, I'm afraid, Cabape. Well outside my my wheelhouse. We do have a plan to get neutral sections onto the track monitor. I don't. You don't even need anything that high. I mean, on this machine, I've got a 14th gen Intel, which is probably similar to the 5950X. I think the one that I've got from when I benchmarked it, there wasn't a lot in it, and I've got a 4080. And I'm frame limiting to 60, running in 4K. I've got a 4K monitor. I've got two 4K monitors, in fact. But the game's running in 4K. And if I take it out of frame lock, I get more than 60 FPS. So. Sounds like it, Kabepe. How would you label a level crossing on the track monitor? I don't know, an icon of some sort, I imagine. Madison. I have, are you talking to me, Liam? I don't have any Creators Club liveries, no. Ultra on everything, Londo, yes. Screen percentage is only 100% because I can't see any point going any higher than that if I'm already on 4K. Something doesn't sound right there, Subbadeep. Not at all. I'd expect your system to be doing better than that. Drop down for the 50. Oh, out 45 going in the other direction. I'm trying to avoid letters, Kabepe, because every language might have a different letter to understand what that is. So I usually use a symbol. I'd probably use a crossing gate or something like that. Can you raise a support ticket, Subbadeep? Put all the details in that you've shared here, and I'll get someone in the QA team to find a machine of similar spec, and we can have a look and find out what's happening with it. See if we can reproduce the issue. It's a shame that my 5600X is in being repaired at the moment. Otherwise, I could have a look. Faramero, is that relevant whether the gates are up or down as well?
Station stop is Madison.
So level crossings show up, I think, on the map here. We just did one a little while ago, didn't we? Maybe not. Next time you see one. How would you like to change the seat, Mark? Kincaid, yes, on the multi-level. Chatham! Woohoo! Yeah, I know. Everyone wants DLSS and FSR. Got to do some tests to see what difference it makes, because we won't get the same benefits you get from other games, I guarantee you, because we use a lot more CPU than other games. Oh no, there's no way to move the seat up and down, Mark, no. A Polish route is unlikely to come from us, Christoph, but I hope at some point we'll get a third party making one. It would be good to have a third party developer to work with.
The next station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
But again, I don't even know about that, because it's still going to cost you resources to generate the frames. So, don't know. We need to experiment with it to find out. I agree with DLAA. I can see the point of DLAA, because TAA is awful. I hate it. It's just the least worst option in the game. What was the error, Hentus?
This station stop is Chatham.
I use TAA, Londo. That doesn't mean I don't like it. TAA is great as long as you can do a good FPS. But TAA is where you get your ghosting from, which if you're running on a lower frame rate, it's a problem. But if you're on a good frame rate, you're hitting solid 60, then you don't really get the ghosting issue. Train vaults do indeed work on the 150, yes, Ash, but there aren't very many on the 150. Drive services in the rain, because the wipers are one of the things that can fail, but obviously only if the wipers are going. You and everybody else, Kebepe. FXAA is the other option, Londo, which is better than no anti-aliasing. And probably looks better than on the smaller screen than it would on a larger PC screen. No, there's can one of the moderators post a thing for Subadip to access the support system? Ich bin's, there is not a setting for the amount of train faults that you get, unfortunately. It's supposed to be in the main setting under settings here under general. You see this frequency. Unfortunately, it doesn't apply to train faults. That's a bug, and we're looking at it. Solids. How come the arrow doesn't go to Penn Station? The arrow doesn't go to Penn Station from the Morristown line, but there are AI arrows going into Penn Station. I believe they do go there in reality. And he keeps telling me he wants it added to Trenton. Oh yeah, you can get some really good things out of the INI. Oh, different voltages. There you go. Thanks, Eddie. Disable HIS without labels under curse. HUD labels. Disable HUD without label. I don't know what you mean, Lucas. Can you say that? Try explain to me what you mean. Can't switch on the fly. Yes, we've got a switch on the back cab, but yeah, you can't do it on the fly. Names are just marketing things, Amaze Taste. Is it 5551, 21, 26, 6, 8, 10? It's all marketing. For some people, the announcements make it a clear major step up. For other people, it won't. It's all marketing. So if you go into settings, go into general, and under, no, it's not settings, it's under accessibility. HUD type to off. The HUD is now off, but you still get these controls and you still get these showing up on the side over here. Is that what you're looking for? I'll put my mini HUD back on. Londo, I kind of want to have a Steam Deck graphics option, which is sort of customized to some of the benefits and so forth to get the best out of that. That's why I kind of want to know what people are doing to make it run well on the Steam Deck, and then we'll make that a Steam Deck graphics option.
The next station stop is...
Yeah, that was a signal reduction.
When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
David Drives, Dispatcher Scenario, pretty good, just finished it. Awesome. It is good, isn't it? It's really interesting.
This station stop is Summit.
No, I've got the right of way. NVIDIA Smooth Motion. I've not tried that. Is that like frame generation, Redbus? Do you still have to run the game in full screen to get the benefit of some of these things? Because you always used to, like for DSR, I think it was, the resolution bump thing, you always had to run the game in full screen, and I hate running the game in full screen. Just finished the stream on your channel, Joshua. Excellent. No issues. Good. How was it? General, you enjoyed it? Will modders have the ability to add announcements to older routes? Modders can do whatever modders can do. There's nothing to stop them doing that. It's quite straightforward, actually. It wouldn't surprise me. The actual scripts, you could just copy one of the ones from an existing route or mod it or create the variations of it. All the files will be there. You need to add new station names. That's probably the most time-consuming bit because you've got hundreds to do. I think there's 2,500 stations in the UK, and we ain't done anywhere near all of them. I think thousands and thousands and thousands in Germany. And then you've got to place speakers on every platform. So it's the equivalent of a bit of a scenery job. I can't justify the money for a G-Sync monitor, Redbus, so it's a lot of pennies. The only reason I'm running 4K even is because I found 4K monitors on a desk and said to the IT person at work, so what's happening with them then? The sunflower lanyard's not a bad shout actually, Liam. If you just added it as an accessory.
The next station stop is Short Hills. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Short hills, as opposed to long hills. I'm not having too much of an issue with that because my work laptop behind me is all 1080p. I've got my iPad here making notes, Rob, but by all means remind me on Monday.
This station stop is Short Hills.
We've got no plans to do sleeper coaches, no, Animal. What are my PC specs? It's an i7-14700 with a GeForce 4080, 32 gigs of memory. I think. Something like that. Milburn. Oh, not going back to work until Tuesday would be a banger of an idea, Rob. Wish I'd thought of that. The reflective tape is such a good effect, isn't it, Verimera? Not going to lie, it caused some problems. But yeah, it came off really well in the end.
The next station stop is Milburn. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
What's that stop sign on the window used for? I presume it's used to mark the train as a don't move. Because it interrupts if we know where you can see. It's telling everybody this train's not going anywhere, and to stop the engineer from accidentally moving it as well, potentially. I'm also running 4K, Joshua, so my PC is all set up for 4K. I've got a 4K capture card and it downscales it for 1080p for the stream. Yeah, your machine's good enough, Joshua. That'll do nicely. You'd like to see more British trains. I think everybody would like to see more of their trains in their own countries. In my view, America is lagging behind at the moment. It's kind of, I think Britain on the whole is doing well. Germany's doing exceptionally well. On the whole, I think America is the one that's sort of struggling a bit. Which is one of the reasons I pushed for us having more new stock in Morristown. Maplewood. Yeah, we hope we have a fix for that popping issue, Adam. Does switching it to 3D or switching off 3D audio help you at all on that one? No, I was doing some testing on the PS5, my PS5 up there on the wall. Yesterday, and I feel the pain. I feel the pain. It was. I happened to have the volume turned up quite loud on my. I got a 5.1 sound system in here, and it was unpleasant. Let's call it that. Oh, okay. All right. And I think the 3D audio thing might be related to where people are finding no audio at all coming out. The screeching thing is something else. We were looking at the logs and there is an error in the logs, so we've got a fix for that and we're going to see whether that makes a difference. OHLE will free up some memory, it'll free up some performance. I don't know if it's tons, but OHLE definitely consumes memory, totally. But I'm not hearing anything from people on Morristown either. Series S has had a bump in free memory though, Peter, because we upgraded the internal library we used to talk to the Xbox, and a newer version of the library had a 500 to 600 megabyte reduction in memory consumption. From Microsoft's side, so Series S does benefit from another bump in free memory, which means between the previous update we did in 5 and that update, Series S is running up well over 1 gigabyte of extra memory. South Orange. Must be heading northeast at the moment on our way to Orange. What do you mean, sorry, you can't disable more than actual train, Lucas? West? No, northeast. I'm going to Hoboken.
The next station stop is South Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Oh, you mean why aren't the AI trains with their engines off? Is that what you mean, Lucas? Because the AI don't really know how to turn them on. No, we started in Dover. That's the reason I'm driving the multi-level, not the UP 45, because the 45s drove to Dover. And in the previous stream we did the 45 to Dover, so I thought I'd do the other way round this time. What was the gremlin that caused the Voyager emergency brake issue? I think it's just that when you put it into an emergency state, the thing that's supposed to take it out of the emergency state wasn't firing.
This station stop is South Orange.
Hey John, how are you? Is that reflective strip on the side of the loco? Xbox X doesn't. No, it's a Series S only improvement on the SDK. Okay, but mountain. Hey, Train Spotter from Germany, how are you? Hey, Sora.
The next station stop is Mountain Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
No progress at the moment on the blurry texture stuff, Jess. It's sort of one of the next major things to look at. Joshua, if you jump onto the official Discord and then ping one of the community managers, and they can sort of tell you what sort of roadmap. We don't. They have a sort of thing where they grow it occasionally, so it's not kind of a case of once you get a certain point. Because some of the people on the ambassador program have small communities, and that's fine. You know, we want to promote small communities to say you create bigger communities. But it's sort of every now and again they will look at the people who have requested, or the people who are, you know, being active, and they'll invite them. So, but yeah, if you talk to the community managers on our Discord, then they can just explain that process for you.
This station stop is Mountain Station.
Having the ability to choose the spawn state of a train in free roam would be a good idea, Lucas, wouldn't it? I'm going to make a note of that, although I think we have that down. Highland Avenue. Is it then orange? Yes. Oh no, it'll be a little while before we get to Hoboken. I think the biggest guidance I can give you, Josh, is just, you know, standard streaming guidance, which is stream regularly, and so that players, you know, viewers know when to come and see you, and let our team know that you're streaming, you know, that who you are. And as Hentis says, sometimes they'll pop on. Don't do what I do and stream once in a blue moon. That's not how you grow a community.
Please watch the gap.
You're looking forward to New York Stamford, are you, Sarah? Me too, actually. I think it should be really good. It's my style of gameplay. My streams are 72 hours, so I make up for it, yeah, really. I do all my streams at once and then don't do anything for another 6 months, yeah. The manual in that brakes takes some getting used to, King, but I always enjoyed them on Trenton on the 46.
Highland Avenue.
Hey there, Night Train, how are you doing? Orange. It'll be a rework of that bit of route, yes, Entis. But it does cover that section of track. Animal, it's not supposed to. It is supposed to go to the overview screen by default. Somehow it changed. The trick to remember is to watch the equalising res when you're in service, and not the other rate gauges. They're there to fool you. It's the equalising res gauge, which is the left-hand white one. This one. That's what you're controlling with your brake handle. Yes, I'll be doing British. I'm streaming until about midnight, cover pay. I am not going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, I'm going to get them to change it back, Animal. On my list. I put a new piston in my chair today. It was because it broke, you know, embarrassingly enough. But so much better now. I was quite impressed actually. The GT Omega have a really good selection of spares, and the new piston was like £20 or something. Brick Church. If they haven't already started, the official channel is up and running. I think this afternoon, doing some more Rail 200 stuff. So I would not be offended if you go and watch some of the ambassadors. I'll be here until midnight, so you can pop back. Okay. Church.
The next station stop is Brick Church.
More like 1 or 2 a.m. Well, okay, you want to think you knew me really well, Hentus. Night train, you caught the 3 trains at Orange. Is that the one that I explained about in the stream, where you've got the 2 multi-levels and then the arrow goes flying through the middle? I love that. That's what I'm here for. Hey, Hannah. Out of all the trains in TSW6 Core, what's my favourite? It's going to be the Arrow or the Alp 45. Probably the Arrow. Oh. Pantograph has dropped. Got that on 0, got that on neutral. I've got to reset the MCB, haven't I? If only I could remember where the MCB was. MCB round here?
Diesel mode requested. Press the fault reset push button for 3 seconds to confirm.
No, I did not. Where's the MCP reset? Eddie, where are you? It's none of those. It's not the bell. I've had a pantograph drop, Eddie. I'm trying to figure out how I get the thing back up again.
Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition.
What feature in the core of TSW6 proved to be one more time sync you could have imagined? Oh, announcements. Without a shadow or without. What? Why is that pantograph not going up? Just gonna stand here and blow the horn for a bit. Well, at least it's confirmed the MCB is open, the pantograph is down, but the pantograph won't go up. Thanks, Eddie. I'm sure I'm doing something dumb. It's probably you've got to have the controls in some other state. Both, Londo. It was a longer task and actually ended up being very, very fiddly task. It just won't pull its pants up. You're right. You're absolutely right. Press all the acknowledge buttons. One of them will do the job. Still no pantograph.
Diesel mode requested.
No, we didn't
Press
request
the
diesel
fault
mode. Go
reset
away.
push button for 3 seconds to confirm. Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds.
Can't see anything in any of these that needs to be dealt with. Radio, e-peak computer, wipers, headlights. No. You haven't encountered this fault yet. Ah, nice. Ground reset. Hey, first time for everything. First time for everything. Push pantographed left button. So I did that.
Transition into electric mode started.
Pressing and holding P. No.
Electric mode requested. Command the
shut
pan
up.
up for 3 seconds.
What about if I put that in isolated? It's probably not, Martin. It's probably just really fussy about what it needs, and I don't know what it needs. Did I break the train? Obviously, I broke the train. The door fault's not respecting the off button is coming in a fix as well. Those are okay, those are okay. Well, MCB is the next thing to find, but at the moment the pantograph isn't up, so MCB is not my problem right now. No, the train faulted, but now it's just being difficult. Ah, Eddie's getting some info now. Excellent. So I find out I've been a donkey this entire time. Definitely needs more information on it though. Just run it on diesel, that's the other option, isn't it? We just say never mind the overhead power. Turning off 3D audio. That could be the solution, the shark. Could be the solution. I did think about switching it to diesel and switching it back to this, but Brian is typing. Yeah, I can see. No, I tried it on neutral as well. Didn't seem to have anything. I'm sticking with it rather than just finding an alternative because I kind of want to know the answer, and if I can't find the answer I kind of want to talk to someone on Monday and get it fixed. True, because standing up and sitting down actually will reset physics in some cases, Ops. It wouldn't surprise me. 10 minutes late. Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. That's definitely on idle. That's on neutral. I'll try a parallel changeover.
Diesel mode requested. Press the fault reset push button for 3 seconds to confirm. Transition into diesel mode started.
Brakes off. Let's just get to the next station and then we can try switching to electric again. Yep, they're going. We're in slug mode though. Kaya. Talking to fleet maintenance now, yeah.
The next station stop is East Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
No, there's no power change on the Devon route, Quebec. It's all diesel. Which is a bit of a shame, but I wanted to do we wanted to do the Riviera route specifically, so we've done the stock that runs on the Riviera route, rather than finding a bit of route that might have been less interesting just for the sake of a power change. No, I'm going to try switching it to electric now. See if I can convince it to go back to electric now.
This station stop is East Orange.
Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition into electric mode started.
There you go. Pantograph up. MCB closed.
Electric mode engaged.
Alright, I will find out what the proper fix is for that. It's more likely it was a bug, to be really brutally honest, King K. I can't believe that's the fix, Eddie. I can't. It might be, but I can't believe that's the fix. Normally on the GWR, I can't remember where they switch these days. It's kind of moved as they've added more electric. Are they electric all the way to Bristol now? Newbury and Bristol Parkway is the changeover. Okay. Let's not get caught out by this one again, eh? We're getting overtaken. Gee, so-and-so. Oh no, it was that one. I'm coming in from Montclair. That's the problem. Yeah, the 802 runs on 08 Chili, Aidan. Newark Broad Street.
Please watch the gap.
ASCS is dropping the speed down, but that's fine. We're under the 30 now. It does mean that we come into Hoboken at a bit of a better time of day even, so I intended this to happen, yes? We'll go with that. Oh, look at that reflective striping. And this is what I was talking to you about, Special Instruction 1005-6. This is your reminder to switch to diesel. You'll find it on the other side as well, so that when you're leaving to go in the other direction, Special Instruction 1005-6 applies. In this way you'll be putting your pantograph up. But in this way you should be switching to diesel.
Diesel mode requested. Press the fault reset push. Transition into diesel mode started.
And off we go, diesel into Hoboken, stopping at Meadows. Skyline over there. So now I'm going the right way, right? Let's see if I can see the skyline. If I can't, I've taken a wrong turn somewhere. There isn't a quick instruction guide, Lucas, but Cactus Juice, Brandon, who did the signalling, has done a YouTube video. I don't know if one of the mods can find it and share a link. It's about 40 minutes, I think, which basically outlines everything you need to know about the route, the way the signals work, what happens where, and the best way to drive on it, and so forth. So there's no better expert on the signalling than Brandon, and he's done that video. So recommend watching that and making some notes. Come on, give me 55, thank you. 46 coming the other direction. An arrow coming in the direction. Lots of trains, all the trains. It's almost like I've been holding them all up. This is 60 limit on diesel, isn't it? If I remember right, I think that's what Brandon said. Says me, that well-known stickler for speed limits. Crossing the NEC now. It's the NEC flying over the top. Nah, trying to drive realistically, Mazzano. Operating rules in the area are 60 if you're on diesel, so. Neil Pantograph has fallen down, Animal. What train are you driving, Animal? That's a really nice sunset, has to be said. Oh, you're on the arrow. So for that one, you center your controls, pantograph up and close the MCB, if I remember rightly. That one I think is, I've seen people say that one works. It's a button above it on the arrow, Animal. The button above the pantograph lower and normal is the pantograph up switch. Much like you've got a pantograph up button on here. But away we go. We won't be getting to 60 because we're going to be getting slowed down into the Hoboken. TFW 150 or not had the sound update pushed. Okay, I'll find out when that's coming. It won't be long. Hey Steve, how are you? Maybe we will get closer to the 60 than I thought we would. Perhaps El Diesel isn't the slug I thought. Though. Oh dear, that's not good, Steve. I'm doing fine, Steve. I'm doing fine. I'm on 2 different blood pressure medications now, but it's coming down. Slowly but surely. Apparently 230 over 145 is bad. Who knew? Who knew? Oh wow, a TSR. We didn't get a TSR last time, did we? On the Arrow. Doctor's looking after me well, don't worry. Every time she sees me, I get a kick up the backside for one reason or another. Will, loving the announcements so much that they are really good, aren't they? They add a lot on in the train you're driving, but also if you're hanging around in the platform. That's as much as I like the in-cab announcements. For me, the platform announcements are, you know, kind of, they're the cream on the cake. Icing on the cake? Cream on the... I don't know what the expression is. You know what I mean. Yeah, my doctor said something similar, Animal. The doctor looking at me kind of with a puzzled expression is like, are you feeling alright? Yeah? Are you sure? You don't have headaches? No. Dizziness? No. Really? It's not confidence inspiring when they do that. Yeah, my driving license is... I can't drive at the moment, because it's too high. Well, I can't quite tell from the website if it applies for domestic use, but I'm taking the safe assumption that it does, so... Good news is, when I last checked my blood pressure, I've seen it now within limits. It was 160 over 90 yesterday. I've never seen a 2-digit diastolic. Ever. How hard is it to add announcements to rolling stock? Not that hard, actually. Depends what you want to do, the simulator guy. If it's reusing existing scripts and the existing voices, reasonably straightforward. You've got to add all the speakers in and then set the script up, and it basically works. Yes, Rita had a heart attack in July, Steve. She's doing a lot better now, but that was not a good time. Excuse me, your dog, 16790, your dog's going mad at me. I think my dog's just, well, I haven't told them, given a result, but I am on, like I said, I'm on 10 milligrams of lopidine and whatever the thing is on this other one that I've been given. So I've got to do this for 2 weeks and then do some measurements. That's the gist I got from the website, Animal, but I thought better safe than sorry. I don't need to drive, you know, so why take the risk? I don't get dizziness and fainting or anything like that, so. But I'd rather stay on the side of safe. Last thing I want to do is hurt somebody else, let alone myself. The announcements, real announcements done by Dove. Done by us. Okay. They're done by us. They're not they're not licensed announcements because we weren't able to do that. Actually, it gives us more flexibility as well to use this system that we're using. We can kind of make the announcements as we want them. Adam, I work from home the majority of the time these days, and on the occasion I need to go into the office, either Sri can drive me. Or I walk. It's a 40-minute walk, which makes my wife angry because she doesn't want me walking that far. But it's fine, and I should be walking, to be fair. You're on 5 milligrams, Scooby. Yeah, I've gone up to the 10. I've not really had any of the side effects from it either. So, what's wrong with the 40-minute walk? Well, it's more the fact that it's quite a steep hill between here and the dockyard, which is fine in one direction, but pretty tiring in the other direction.
The next station stop is Hoboken. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
There really isn't office security in the same way. They kind of patrol outside, but no, they never really bothered with me anyway. Remember my new Discord name? Yeah, the beta team harassed me into changing my name to Pedal Steps, so that they could remind me to do my steps. I've no idea how hard it is for a modder to add the announcements, Simulator Guy. Must admit, I've never seen it from a modder's perspective. But from our perspective, it's not too bad, so I assume that modder's probably very similar. Lucas, what do you mean one box controller? Do you mean Xbox controller? I just use the stock Xbox controllers. Obviously the pink one makes me a better driver. I've got a bunch of controllers coming from TS Controllers. Let me bring up their website because I'm a big fan of what they do. I met up with them at the website. Sorry, the Greatest Gathering. Look at the size. Look at the state of this thing. This thing is incredible, and it's as big as you think it is. Complete with the removable reverser key, and yeah, this is good enough for fine for the US controllers as well. You've got the flexi brake, which is your 3-step controller like you'd have in modern trains. You've got your door controls. They've got a new PBC coming, which I plan to play with at the Greatest Gathering. Very, very good controller. This is their current PBC, which I can't think you can buy anymore. Yeah, they've got some really, really good stuff. So I'm looking forward to getting that. They won't work on consoles, Animal. No, they're PC only. How easy are they set up? I'll let you know when I've got it, John. I'll let you know when I've got it. ATS isn't involved TS Controllers anymore. You can get the stuff directly from TS Controllers Daytona. Are there any problems with it? Again, what I would say is let me pick it up when they arrive, which I'm told is not too far away now. And then what I'll do is just probably a series of videos just going through them. And we can explore high points, low points, do a bit of a review on them. What I will say is that the feel of them is incredible. Fell in love with them at the Greatest Gathering show. Right. I've got ideas about how to get something like TS Controllers working on console. I don't know how practical any of them are, and they're very much in the out there cuckoo land territory. But at some point I'd like to explore and see if I can make them work, because it would be good to do that without needing to go through full certification of controllers. Right, okay, I am going to go have a quick PNB. I'll be right back, yeah, then we'll get on with something else. Let me just put it on that one. I'll be back. We're back. How long have I been a train fan? A long, 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 long time. All the time. Used to go out train spotting with my dad when I was very young. Right, so next up, let's do some Riviera line. And I must admit, I do fancy a bit of a run with a Western. BR Blue is my speed. Exeter Plymouth, Plymouth to Exeter. We did the Scotsman westbound. Let's do this this one eastbound. Been a train fan ever since he first saw the rocket. Ouch. Are you implying I was there? Are you implying I was there? Right. Put that on. Put that on. Except not all that way. We want it in forwards. Thank you. Put them on. What we got here? Not that one. Not that one. Or is it up here now? Oh no, it's down here, isn't it? They've got this stupid control down here. Instrument lights. Foot warmers. I've got one of those, thank you. Why does that say... What's this one then? Oh, that's the train classification indicator. That's the instrument lights. That's the foot warmers now. I've got 2 feet warmers right next to me. One computer on either side. Okay. What the heck kind of train horn is that? Have some pride, dang it. Have I not got the headlight turned on? Have I missed that? Is that down here? Yeah, headlight. Headlight in quotes. Musk Train Spotter, you need to remember to turn layers on. So layers are now off by default, which means that, well, you can pick a Voyager to drive. Unless you turn the layer on yourself, it won't. Now, there is a setting in under Settings General for Enable All Timetable Layers, if you've got the system specs that can handle all the layers being turned on. Otherwise than that, when you pick a service, you pick a train, there's in the layers button that you can now press the select all button just for that one route, or pick individual layers. But you do need to do that. There we go, waiting for all the brakes to release. Steve, how does that work on console? That's why one of the reasons the layer option is there. So it's up to you. If you want to press the enable all layers button and you run into problems, you can then disable them and go back an individual layer, add individual layers. What do you mean guard mode's broken since March, Master Transport? Is that on a particular train? I mean, I did guard mode on the... I have got AWS turned on. Yeah, I did guard mode on the previous stream. To be honest, all layers on Steam Deck probably be fine because it's got 16 gig of memory and it's a Unix-based device, which means it's not got the same. So I think it's got 16. I think it'll be fine. It's not got some of the limitations consoles have got in how they manage their memory. Animal, when it goes to opening the doors, apparently you have to hold the button for 5 seconds to open the rest of the doors. We'll try. Someone remind me. We'll try it after this. So I know that's not intuitive. So. Oh, it's shared between graphics and systems, though. Yeah, so that probably will potentially run into problems then. Oh, I must admit, I only ever use guard mode from the menu, Master Train Spotter, so I'll get someone to test that. Am I getting Forza 6? Possibly, True. I never really played Forza 5 properly, but I do like the Forza Horizon series. Slow down for 60. We've shifted to the other fluid coupling. Should you isolate on or isolate off, Rob? That's really weird. Oh, that's probably what I'm missing. No, that's it. Probably the 47, maybe. One of brushes. The other than that, I think, no, it must be that. There's thousands of those. How are we doing on this bank anyway? No, not too far until we've cleared the top of that one. I've played lots of Omsi 2, Cleveland. I just don't stream it. Well, I think I did stream it in the earlier days. I like the experience of driving the bus. They've captured that really well, but I find the user interface to Omsi to be probably one of the worst I've ever seen in a video game. Voyageur! Yeah, I was a bit late putting the power on, Rob, to be honest, so I was expecting it to be a little on the lower side. I think we might have found the top. Yeah, you were. I think you were, Cameron. I seem to recall you helping. I'm an amazing bus driver, Cleveland. What are you talking about? Possibly the best. If Heineken made bus drivers, they'd look like me. Oh yeah, the greenhouse visuals are some of my favourite. You know, any route the Western can run on, you know you're going to get a good visual. Sort of the opposite of an Electrostar. Oh, I have played a lot of ATS and ETS2, Cleveland. Used to have regular streams of it. My son is back from uni. He's upstairs these days, and he plays a lot of Odyssey. He also does City Bus Manager. He's Cam J. Kerman on YouTube. He's got tons of videos up there. Open the windows. Yeah, Cameron, he's doing a night bus series where he rides all of the night buses and records them and talks about the routes and so forth. I think he's most of the way through all of the different night buses in London now. Is that not the 172, Eddie? Because there's several different 172s. One of them looks like an Electrostar. Pour on the power. Turn up the volume. Volume down again so I hear myself think. Good. There is a free starter pack version of TSW6 coming out on Tuesday, which is the official launch date for the game. So if you just want to try it and see, it's free once you've got it, it's yours to keep. And that comes with what we call the training centre. So you can shoot some basic stuff out, do some learning, and see how you get on with it. We do have the standard edition, the deluxe edition, and the special edition versions with bits of content in them. If you get deluxe or special now, you can play it now ahead of release. But if you want to try it first, that's coming out on Tuesday. Don't take my word for it, because I'm kind of biased. I helped make the game. But my reason for liking train simulation is because even though you can't steer, it's actually quite a challenge to manage the throttle, manage the brakes. There's a lot to learn with how trains work. And you'll get over the lack of steering very quickly. So it's also cool going to real world places with real world trains and driving those. Everything we do is real, except Thomas, of obviously. But that's real. What are you talking about? Don't tell me Thomas isn't real. No enhancements planned for the training centre at the moment, Londo. I've got a number of ideas for things to do. But nothing at the minute. It's actually not a bad shout, Hentis. It really could use a timetable, couldn't it? We've got temporary speed restriction coming up. Hentis puts me in a spin all the time, Londo. We did take some branches to the face. There's a few areas where the trees are in the P-way, so there was one that I got from the public Discord and raised a ticket for, and I just put a general do a pass over the route request on that ticket. Training centre is based on the training facility in Germany, Lucas Suss, but it's not completely realistic to that, not intended to be. It was sort of just inspired by it. Yes, the square box is the TSR on the HUD, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be really difficult to fix, Londo, and the way you fix it is by narrowing the place where the passengers go, which is going to make them even more uncooperative. So I'm not sure what we can practically do without creating more passenger bugs. Signal box mode has always been something I'd wanted to do, wings and things. I don't see it coming to TSW though, practically speaking. It's a huge change. Never say never, but... Well, I think is collision volumes make things a lot more expensive on the CPU, so if you put the collision volume on the baggage, suddenly you escalate, you'll take a frame rate dump from doing that stuff. So we try and put collision boxes on as little as possible. The way to stop it is to just narrow the nav mesh area where they can walk. Send the screenshots over though, so we can take a look. You know what's quite fun with ETS and ATS is Steam Deck and using the G-force controller, so that you steer it like a wheel. It's quite fun. Yes, the simulator guy, that needs changing. Does anyone remember when I strapped a Steam Deck controller to my head to use it as a like a camera thing for when you move your head around? That was back when I did crazy things. Like a track IR type thing, Cleveland, yeah. I just literally elastic banded the Steam Deck controller to the top of my headset so that when you moved your headset around it moved the screen around. It was effective. It looked stupid, but it was effective. Yeah, I've got a track IR and a cupboard down there, but it doesn't really work well for streaming. Every time I look over to look at chat, the camera moves over and it makes kind of everyone a bit sick. Do the training centre vehicles have suspension? They should do, simulator guy. Will Lawton, there may be more patches to come. I don't know whether they'll make it for Tuesday or not, probably not. But if we do get a patch out for Tuesday, then it'll be the same for everybody. And if we don't, then what you've got is what comes out on Tuesday. Yeah, the window frames are going weird on this one. I don't know when this happened, but at some point the window frames went weird on the Western. Hey, bonjour François. Yes, aware, Chief Longship, aware. It is actually a ticket in the system somewhere. Yeah, I think it is a TOD 3, TOD 4 thing. Materials just need resetting probably, or fixing. Doing very well, thanks Francois. We did a bit of US stuff. Had a pantograph failure and that tripped us up for a bit. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I'm just doing TSW6 routes today, Francois. Top nest, this isn't it? Yeah, there's the preserve railway on the left. Sorry, animal. Going down the other side down now, I guess. Oh no, still going up. Still going up. What's needed for this layer, I can't remember. I mean, it's not West Somerset Railway. It's the diesel lotions of the Great Western, which needs the Great Western Express. And you need one, I think it's Preston Carlisle for the coaches. Yeah, you'll need diesel legends, I think, to enable this layer, Liam. .7%. That's almost vertical, isn't it? See you later, Hentis. Another reminder, folks, there are ambassadors and so forth, other people doing streams on TSW this weekend. On the official channel, there's a bunch of videos coming up for ambassadors as well, so there'll be no offence taken if you want to go and watch those. How do you get a class 43? You need Great Western Express, double drop. Is Great Western Express still on a cheapy discount at the moment? At least on Steam, anyway. That's what I do as well, Lucas. I just gawk up to a bench and then press crouch, and then I'm like, here you go, job done, sitting on the bench. TSRs will be getting AWS warnings in a near patch that it's implemented internally. It's just got to finish QA and then get released. Crouch on controller is clicking the right stick. Or left stick. I can't remember which one now. Londo, how do you know when you're at the end of a TSR? Well, if you've got the HUD on, obviously when the speed limit goes up. Otherwise than that, there should be markers on the track, and it's when the back of your train has gone past that marker, the speed board. But at the moment, speed boards are not quite placing in the right place. But again, that should be fixed in the same patch that adds AWS. Left stick is horn. Yes, that's it, Londo. Must be right stick then. Cleveland, no, I haven't really watched much stuff going on for Hungary, and we've got no developers, as far as I'm aware of, working on Hungarian stuff like that. Here's the 220 on Manchester Airport on PC. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Oh, there's the Peyton branch. TSR's with PZB and LF1 should have 1,000 hertz on it, yeah, but it doesn't right now. It will do though. There should be markers, but they're not in the right place, Londo. Again, that'll be fixed in the next update. They probably weren't obvious because it looks like they're probably on the wrong, facing the wrong way. Yeah, the A1015 is a known issue for Trevor's. It's because of the age of the Marine Western. No, there's only a magnet to let you know that it's going in, that you're getting an announcement. It's the advance warning. There's no magnets at the beginning or the end of it. Right, through Newton. It's the race to Exeter now. No, I think the it's just literally that the mechanism used to set the name on the blue diesel Western, I don't think is compatible with the maroon one. Because we did the maroon one a long time ago. AWS warning light on the HUD doesn't appear on the 220. On the HUD, you mean? I must admit I didn't know that because I don't use that HUD anymore. Hey Finn, loving TSW6 release, logged some hours already. Your FPS gets really low at Dover. Well, that's a really strange place to have low FPS. I would have thought Hoboken would be where you'd suffer rather than there. We use a system called Jira, Reese. It's by a company called Atlassian. Funny bit of nerd history. Back in the day, the big open source bug system everyone used was a system called Bugzilla. And that was around for quite a long time. And when Atlassian wanted to make their bigger version of their revamp, their rethink of bug tracking, they wanted to call it Godzilla, but they didn't want to call it Godzilla directly, so they went with the Japanese Gojira, and then just the Jira part stuck. The send bug reports go into our system. Yeah, it's worth sending those in. When you're in Unreal crashes, send bug report and send and close. Those are worth doing. Starting to get difficult to see anything. Jira, Reese, Jira. It's pretty industry standard these days. Look at that. Going into a tunnel at this time of night with these headlights, you wouldn't even know you were in a tunnel. Can't see anything. No changes to the skybox that I'm aware of. We always think about time periods, Tomcat, but by and large our players, when we make modern era routes, they are always more popular than when we make older era routes. Is there a problem with the 802? Not that I'm aware of. What, is this like just starting from the beginning of a service you can't make it move, Lady Fury? Looks like we're clear through Dawlish Warren. Will we have a backport that sounds Theatre 1? Don't know, Tom, don't know. Oh, hello.
Lady Fury, I get green signals in station brakes forced on even though just starting off and it stops unable to move. So give me an exact set of steps to reproduce that then, Lady Fury, and I'll do it right after this. Not a lot left of the sun now. Well, you as well, Cheesy, actually. Star-Cross. Do all groups automatically get any core features? Not usually, no. Find an exact service for me to run, Lady Fury, and I'll do that after this. Do you run with safety systems on? You'll get the 100 in a minute. There's something freeing about OHLE not being there, isn't there, Peter? Suddenly it's like you don't feel like you're going through this perpetual tunnel. Yeah, if you can find me a specific service to run, Lady Fury, I will at least get it started, and we'll have a look, see if I see the same problems as you. Yeah, OHLE can be resource intensively, and yeah. Look at that, light shining off the railheads. Beautiful. Going into what's left of the sun, chasing it down the horizon now. Plymouth meaning Exeter to Plymouth, yeah? Full chat into the horizon. Matt, just so I'm clear with this, or can someone tell me, is the store in TSW6 coming out on the release day for Xbox? Do you mean the in-game store, or do you mean the rest of the catalogue? I mean everything should be there on Tuesday. Yeah, the in-game store should be there on Tuesday. I think it's empty at the moment because nothing is released. You should be able to use the Xbox platform to download your in-game content. It's easy. You shouldn't need the in-game store to do that. You should be able to just do that on the platform. Amazing says, how long am I streaming for? Oh, I don't know. How long is a piece of stream? I mean, probably midnight-ish. till nobody's watching. 2 Charlie 65. Okay, thank you. Yes, Cheesy, that's correct, until the game is launched. Well, this is my chill time with TSW6. I mean, I've played lots of hours of TSW6, but not really played. It's all been to trust something, test something, break something, check a fix. Test them, go through a million Jira tickets and confirm the repro steps are accurate, things like that. This is when I get to just sit back and do what I want to do. So like. Oh, come on, full chat through the station. Oh no, not with a yellow coming up. Marsh Barton. You get the poor service. This is Western Pilgrim Part 2, Amaze Taze. Done on current day, I believe. Let's have a quick look. September 27th, yes. I've got the windows wide open, Lucas. As one should. Excellent St. Thomas. Boy, share these donuts, Lady Fury. You can't keep them to yourself. Come on, jeez. Just don't tell my doctor. Is developing for TSW rewarding? Any kind of game development is intensely rewarding. You get what you put in, yeah? Not like a lot of jobs, to be honest, but I think game development is probably pretty special in that what you're doing is making things for people for entertainment and to make people happy. It's got to be the ultimate, right? It's Daniel that's got donuts. Come on, Daniel. Share the donuts. Okay, approach release from red. You don't have them, they're all gone. Oh, yellow card, out of order. 2 Charlie 65, we'll do that next. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but we'll do a couple stops. That's probably all there is in there, isn't it? We'll do a few minutes. Well, the other benefit, Lucas, is that if your machine's anything like mine, then while you're playing TSW, you don't even need to turn the heating on. Because this room turns into a sweatbox whenever I play games on this machine. I need to play Wreckfest 2 again, Chris. I only played it when it first got launched, and I've not played it since any of the updates came out. Matthew Bateman, yes, Class 52, just arriving, having ridden all the way from Plymouth, just coming into Exeter. This'll do. Close enough. Boom, job done. Not bad. 2 Charlie 65, you say. Very pleasant with the sun going down all the way. Riviera line, 802, 2C65, oops, no, it must be a /O, 2C65, there it is. I mean, that's third party's own assets, Amaze's. Sorting out agreements for that it's not worth it for how much it takes to make a speedboard. Okay. Right, neutral. And then we need ATP, SEO, ETCS, AWS, TPWS, Vigilance, DSD. Doors open. Set our train lights on. No, every route has its own pool of assets, and if anyone wants to use that pool of assets, then there needs to be a contractual agreement with permission to do that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair, right? For everyone to make a route and then Dovetail come along and steal all their assets and use them in there, that definitely doesn't sit right. Doors closed 30 seconds before departure. I also don't know how performant those assets are on the wrong side. Oh yeah, they do. Huh. Rob, can you grab that screenshot for me and ping it to me on Discord? Thanks, ECM2. Right, let's get going then. Break off. power. Away we go.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Dawlish, Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keighley, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Earth and Penzance. The next station is Dawlish.
Is closing the doors 30 seconds before departure up standard? It's not. I wouldn't say it was standard. It's usually on the bigger stuff. Oh, we just had an announcement of the 40. So this is the advance warning. That should have an AWS alarm on it, but doesn't at the moment. It will get one. And then a little bit later on, you'll see a board for when you start the speed limit and a board for when you end it. I have no idea when Caltrain will release Matthew Bateman. I don't think it'd be long. The work is almost completely done now. So you'll see coming up in a minute, you'll see the start of the speed restriction board coming up. There it is, the 40 without the white dots on it, and then you get the T at the end terminating the TSR. And then you've got to wait for the end of the train to go by, same as for a normal speed increase, and once the back of the train has gone up, then you'll see the speed limit change on the HUD. If you don't have the HUD on, then it's practice. C65. Is this the service, Lady Fury? How is this going compared to your experience? Have I done anything different to what you do? When does it stop working for you? If you're branded Caltrain, you'll need to use TSW5, yes, dear. The only thing I can suggest then, if this is working better than you're finding, Lady Fury, is record a video and send it to me so that I can have a look, and maybe if I see it I might be able to see something different. What platform are you on? Is it console, Xbox, PS5, or is it PC? No, you don't have to ram it straight into Notch 4. Series X. You know what we can do? You know what we can do? We have the power. Let me just pause that one moment. Let's input 3.
Let's try it. Oh, I've got the beta version on Xbox, so I don't know if this is the equivalent of the release. Or do I? I probably do. Let's have a look. TSW, choose a route, Riviera line. No, so we've got to pick a train first, you dummy. 0. 2C65. Cool. So how do you drive then, Lady Fury? Do you just like give it one notch of power to get started? I'm not saying that's wrong, by the way. I just want to try and replicate what you're doing as closely as possible. Let's go ahead and put all of the doodads on here. That one. That one. That one. That one. Do AWS last. It's loud and annoying. There enough.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Right, we're on Series X now, so we'll see how that behaves. Not headlights. PS4 should get announcements. Yes, Matthew Bateman. Was it a train fault that you experienced that shut the engine down, maybe, Lady Fury? Or is this every time you run this service? Peter Edmonds, you set up with all safety systems, left Exeter no problem, wouldn't start again from Newton Abbot. Brakes wouldn't release. Okay, so here we go. I'll just put it in notch 1. Engines are running up.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Dawlish, Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keyoung, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Earth, and Penzance.
Up in 4.
The next station is Dawlish.
Let's go to Dawlish and then see if we can get going again after the stop. No, yeah, sorry, you're right actually, Rob. The A22 doesn't even have faults. So it's not that the engine's stalling. Yeah, you're quite right. I forgot about that.
think I'm going to need a video, Lady Fury, if possible. Just you hold your phone up to your TV or something and send it in to ping me on Discord. Right, let's blast down to Dawlish. It's only 10 miles, and then we'll see if it works. You don't have Discord. In which case, can you can someone pass Lady Fury the URL for raising a customer support ticket? And if you can put it on there. Thanks, Rebecca. I've honestly got no idea when things. Yeah, the first patch has the fix for that, Peter. How do you mean, Amazed Taste? I don't know what the plan is for the first patch at the moment, Londo. We'll figure that out on Monday. I'll know better on Monday, Matthew. So Atlassian is our development ticketing system, Reese. I think we use Freshdesk for the customer support system because it's offering unique features to benefit customer support as opposed to dev ticketing systems. Yeah, I'll switch back to PC and check the guard mode thing. Just doing this test on the Xbox because it's where Lady Fury is having the problem. I'm not sure we could do that fault, Peter, without losing our rating. David Mangum, can you check, are they stuck because of VR101 is blocking somewhere, in which case yes, that update will be coming. That's the problem we had with the in the previous stream. The 101 has a problem where it's not shutting the doors properly.
So all of our announcements have been done manually, Amazed Haze. Every single one has been read and reviewed by a human being. So I would be surprised if any of them have gone bad. I'll see if I can have a listen. Torquay sounds right. This it says Torquay though, doesn't it? Is that not right? What's the difference between TOR and TAW? Are they both not Tor? Trigger an emergency stop by ignoring the AWS, see if it has the same issue as the Voyager. So the issue with the Voyager is just literally throwing it into emergency, so I can just do that. Maybe it says a regional accent thing, Amazed Taste, because I still say that as Tor. Are you looking for a more pronounced R, like Tor? Brakes are coming off. Engine spooling up. And we're off. So the water popping in and out, we do have a fix for. I'm not surprised it's not in this build, but hopefully it'll be in the next one, if not. You thought it was pronounced Torquay. That doesn't help, Chris, because we all pronounce the word differently. So I pronounce it Torquay. But I think what Amazed Haze is saying is that's not what he would be expecting. Torquay, is that what you mean? Is it more of a pronunciation, an emphasis on the Tor, like Torquay, as opposed to Torquay? Is that what you mean? It sounds more like Talkie. Yeah, I don't know whether. What I need to find out is what the emphasis is on the rail, on the national rail thing. Whether or not they say it differently. Tor as in talk. I'm still saying talk. I'm not hearing the difference, Rob. But you'll have to get on. We'll have to get on a call. You'll have to explain to me what we've gone wrong, or get on a call to the audio team and tell them. You're a local. I'm from Suffolk. It's bad enough. Torquay. I'm still confused. Right, coming into Dawlish. We'll stop here once we've proved we can stop and get going again.
We are now approaching Dawlish.
Yes, the sound on the PS5 will get fixed, yeah.
This is Dawlish.
Doors
This
open.
is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Devonport, Dockyard, Kiel, St. Udo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St. Austell, Truro, Redruth, Campbell, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance.
Brakes will come off. Engine spooling.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Kiel, St. Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St. Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St. Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St. Earth, and Penzance.
There you go. So as far as I can see, that's working
Station
fine.
is Teignmouth.
So let's exit that and go back onto PC. Put that controller back there and switch this back to device 1. Right, can you all see the game again now? Hopefully you've got audio still. Okay, so we were going to do quick guard mode on the 802 to check that. No, there's no speed set on the 802. Oh, here we go. So press and hold it for 5 seconds.
I don't know why it's like that. I assume it's like that because it is in reality, but it's confusing because it doesn't say that anyway. Checking the second train, doors all open. Oh, again on. You did. Good. Doors are closed.
Great Western Railway service to London Paddington will be calling at Newton Abbot, Exeter St David's, Tiverton Parkway, Taunton, Castle Carey, West.
I wonder how you close the
Pewsey,
local door.
Bedford,
Maybe you use this.
Newbury, Reading, and London Paddington. The next station is Newton Abbot.
So why is that not working then? Okay, so it's either way it doesn't work. Part turn the key. Ah! I hadn't got that there was another setting there. Okay. Works, just very confusing. Next station is 1,000,000 miles away, so we won't be waiting. Especially since no one deigned to get on the train. Not me beta testing it so much as me doing things I've not done before. But it all seems to work. Let's just pretend that's okay, right? Yeah, it shows up as wrong when you open the doors in the cab as well. You can see on the display, Rebecca captured a screenshot. On here you can see the doors opening on different sides. Accelerating. It's great view. Can't see anything.
Can you hear me now? Occurs to me, what I actually want to do is have some rain and some bad cloud. Let's put rain all the way up. Can you all hear me now? Looks like you can. Good. My microphone ran out of battery. No, Sergeant Salt, I'm just using keyboard and mouse. Master controller. Actually, let's leave that off for the time being. That on. That on. And then let's get the headlights on. Get the wipers going. Instrument lights on. Doors open. Let people in out of the nastiness. Rail driver doesn't work on 802-0, just on 802/1. Interesting. Making a note. No changes to dynamic weather, Josh. Get the doors closed. Hey, Pacific Production. One thing to remember with this thing is that throttle position 1 doesn't lock out the throttle. So in throttle position 1 it maintains 1.5 bars on the power, but if you put power on, you can hear the engine revving up, and now if you release it, then you won't. That's your hill start. Whereas throttle positioned above 1 do lock out the throttle.
Great Western Railway service to Paynton.
Douglas, the train so far is working great. I think we should start taking bets on how many faults that we're going to get between now and Paynton in multiples of 10. What did I say? Well, you know I meant brake position. Maze takes no time at all for model trains. The last visit to Mum and Dad's went and flew by. I was too busy. Turn the cab light off, that's better. Exeter St Thomas is next. Hey Riley.
Some flashy flashes over in the corner. Super Steve, yes, the emergency brakes are being fixed, but everyone's off this weekend, so it'll be. I think the fix happened on Friday, and it needs to get through QA and then through the upload and release process. So, soon as possible.
This is Exeter St. Thomas. This is a Great Western Railway service.
Well, I thought I'd do a one with the rain, because then we'll get wiper faults as well, just for a little extra variety. I'm going to get people on my train. Yay! Pink umbrellas can sit in first class. It's excessive at the moment, wings and things, it really is. That'll be up to Rivet, I'm afraid, Lady Fury. I don't know the answer to that question.
The next station is Marsh Farm. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton.
First class here. Well, I made a special first class area on my 150. There are special seats which are more comfortable on this 150 if you have a pink umbrella. It's real. No, you don't get waves crashing over the seawall, Peter, no. Douglas, you better transfer your content. I mean, on Steam, it's available right now. On console, on the 30th. So at the moment, there's nothing happening in the cab to tell you a fault has gone on, unfortunately, Sharky. That's a future and upgrade we want to do. So at the moment, you are reliant on seeing the notification and then going and making the change. I mean, if the train has an engine running indicator, that should naturally switch off, but it won't like the fault indicator, for example. Oops, slippy slide. Yeah, I played lots of Trains Railroad Simulator. Right back from when it originally launched as the Community Edition, was it? Was that what it launched as? And in fact, I've got a version of Trains. Where is it? Well, you know what, I had it there. Which has got my name mentioned in it, because I was a beta tester for it. Trains 2004. Oh, that's gone. I'll have to find that. Got original Train Simulator. What's the significance of the pink reference? I just like pink. It makes people crazy that I like pink, and that just makes me like it even more. Trains UTC. Was that the launch version? It might have been, yeah.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton.
Starcross is next. Well, last year was technically pink, Amaze Taste. Maybe not my preferred shade of pink, but technically pink. And there was a discussion about leaving it pink this year as well, but Yeah, I was going to say, I thought UTC was like the second release or something. God, it was a long time ago now. Thanks, Joshua. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Riley, I did Flying Scotsman from Exeter to Plymouth yesterday. Absolutely loved every minute of it. So good. Yeah, I'm aware of Machina. I mean, the Simrail derives from Machina, doesn't it? Isn't that similar people, or same people? UTC was 1.5. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm not in tonight, Riley, not given we did it on Thursday, but another time I will. If you watch the video, I did it on the official channel, so you should be able to watch the VOD. And we did the Western earlier on Riviera, so I'll be moving on to German after this one. 85 into 150, it's fine. I know the speed limit is 150, but you know what? Speed limit's 150, speed limit's 75. Yeah, speed limits, they're only guidelines. More flashy flashies. Yeah, throw that one in Jira, Rob. Miserable weather. I don't know what new features you're referring to, but it'll depend on the new feature and when it happens and what it is, and I don't think there are currently anything new scheduled to be added to Riviera line. Keep an eye on our roadmap streams. There's one happening relatively soon, I think, and you can, if we have anything to sort of share on that stuff, we'll let you know. Check one. Make sure one of your passengers is Italian. Why does he want to give me a pizza? His mind. What if I go past a station?
We are now approaching Star Cross.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Keep leaving it way too late to stop. I'm trying to be cautious because of the weather, but I need to be stopping or starting the braking earlier. Never mind, it's in the platform, so...
This is Starcross. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton. The next station is Dawlish Warren.
Am I driving the cab carbonara? Yeah, no engine failure yet. Settings haven't got switched off, have they? Random behaviours enabled. Hi, enabled. Good. To be fair, I haven't had any failures so far. No, there we go. Spoke too soon.
The next station is Dawlish Warren. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton.
I'm aware of some things on Dresden-Leipzig. I passed them all on to Lucas to look into. So what I would suggest, Jason, is either DM me or DM Lucas or raise a support ticket with all of the issues you're aware of, and we can compare them against the list and aim to get them resolved. Got our approach release from Red going into Dawlish Warren. How many rail tours have I done so far? What, in the game? 2 in Riviera line. If you mean in total in the life of TSW, I can't remember. A few. I think the 150 doesn't have light circuit breakers. I think there's a lot. There aren't that many circuit breakers on the 150, and I think that's the main thing that limits the faults on it.
What issues are you talking about, Lee? I was just playing Xbox earlier on, actually, to test something else, and it was looking good. It's not perfect. There are some issues to be resolved, but fully playable.
Mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
I did a rail tour from Bristol to Kingswear, via this. Oh, hello, wipers broke. That was really good, behind Tangmere, I think. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed any music on in the cab.
This is Dawlish Warren. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton. The next station is Dawlish.
So at the moment we only have faults which can be fixed with relative ease, he says, thinking back to the Morristown stream earlier on. We want to expand that system with more complicated things later on. Yeah, but it's probably going to feel in the game, Peter, he's saying, can you do a dining experience? It's probably going to in the game feel like a normal passenger scenario. We can't provide the food, I'm afraid. You'll need to provide that yourself. TSW 6 will not be on Game Pass, no, Hannah. TSW 5 will be staying on Game Pass. Obviously, the TSW 6 free starter pack will be out for 6 weeks from Tuesday. But it does mean the only way to get the new routes, unfortunately, is purchasing Standard Edition or one of the other ones. Come on, speed up. That's it. 80 limit, 70 limit, right around the corner. When's the survey out? I don't know, and we've just started talking about it. Hey, Sirium. Yeah, the announcements are fantastic, aren't they? I said Sirium, not Siri. Shut up, iPhone. Literally no one asked you. Dawlish. Definitely not Greater Anglia, yeah, right, Taste? Can't imagine you'd be asking for that. Got no plans for heading to Exeter, Lee, but you can find out about our plans on our roadmap streams. Oh, have I asked that already? He says, sweet and innocent. We've got no plans to do steam engines. Some third parties might though, Riley.
This is Dawlish. This is the Great Western Railway service to Paignton. The next station is Tinmouth.
Jason, I hear the request for DLSS, FSR, DLA, and whatever alphabet soup people want. It's just time. I will see if I can get someone to look at it at some point soon-ish. We need to get DX12 off the ground at some point and make that default, fix all the issues with DX12. Cleveland, you and the rest of the team are used to negative complaints that this train and this bug and this route is not. Oh yeah, we get lots of people saying why isn't my favourite train and so forth in, and I don't think that's a complaint. I think that's someone saying what they would like to see in the game, and that's actually a good thing. Certainly won't get any complaints from me. Oh, what are the latest 3 ones, Amaze Days? I've not been following up on that. Yeah, DX12 is hit and miss. For some people, it actually is worse than DX11. It provides a much more stuttery experience and lower frame rate, and for other people it's a better experience. And I think some things like livery designer don't work properly with it on DX12. I can't remember, but yeah, it needs work. It's working for you? Great, go for it. We did for a while there, switch the default over, but we had to take it back to 11 because there were too many issues coming up. You've got the same issue list of wishes and wants that I've got, Londo. I think Riviera is $29.99 and the Voyager is $12.99, but don't hold me to that, Lee. Okay, it's Saturday today, isn't it? Yeah, it's Saturday, it's not Sunday. But no, I don't rest from it, so I'll be doing some work probably tomorrow. Yes, I'm still live. I'm going to be live for the next at least 4 hours.
We are now approaching Tinmouth.
I keep thinking it's Sunday because I had yesterday off work as well. Because Friday, we have these half-day paydays. So half a day off when it's payday essentially, and they get jiggled around a little bit so that you can sometimes we miss a half day payday but get a full day payday another time, and yesterday was a full day payday, which is a cool benefit actually, very, very cool. And these don't come out of your normal holiday allowance either, they're extra days off. I'm all in favour of extra days off when I work, because I want to, because trains are great, you know.
This is Tinmouth. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paignton. The next station is Newton Abbot.
The little blue flashes into and out of tunnels, they're a bug.
It just means that there's something called a reflection capture that needs updating on the tunnels. Most of them have been fixed, but some of them haven't. It's yet another thing that means that makes light baking drains the spirit from my soul. You're having a problem, Matthew Bateman. Is it, what was the issue you're having? There we go. West Midlands trains go via Thameslink, Chiltern and GWR mostly in 2026. Interesting.
This is a Great Western Railway.
I hear God, light baking give me nightmare flashlight. Light baking is, you know, the dev task from down up from the Netherlands, isn't it? Really, Netherlands? That's not what I meant. I mean from hell, basically. I was going to say the Nether regions, but that's probably not what I meant either. Light baking is, if you're aware of ray tracing, light baking is basically that. It's where you you do billions of light calculations to work out how things should be. It takes a long time. It's very slow, and then after it's sitting there, gone away in a black box for ages, you can get to look at it, see what's wrong, make any tweaks to lights, and do it again. It's a bit like simulating a timetable. It sort of drains the soul out of you. Chris Sai's doing okay now. Like I said, she had a heart attack in July, but she's recovering far better than anyone thought she would. So, but that's just, you know, typical Sai, to be honest. Light baking, I thought you were discussing cooking. No, no, no. I'm doing fine, thank you. Oh, she's out and about, Bob. Yeah, she's out and about. This was back in July. She was in hospital for 2 weeks, and basically since then you couldn't keep her down if you tried. And I know better than to try. So no, she's doing brilliant. She's out and about more than I am because of my high blood pressure. I've stopped myself from driving at the moment because I'm over the numbers. So she is officially my taxi these days. She loves that. She really doesn't. Are there any good tutorials on creating timetables? So I think I put some stuff on the forums. I don't know what other tutorials the community have done though. Cheers, Wings. How much will the 220 be? I think it's $12.99 in the UK. I don't know what. I don't know if I'm right. Do I have a pink car? I've thought about painting my car pink, but no, it's black. And I looked at the price of getting my car painted pink and realised I had better things to do with 1,500 quid. Given the car only cost about 1,500 quid in the first place. See, I don't like spending money on cars unless I have to. I'm very cheap when it comes to cars, although that said, it's a sport turbo convertible, so, you know, it's fun. Not painted pink, Tomcat, because that's insane money, but wrapped. Like I said, it's about 1,500 quid. and then it only lasts about 5 years. I think more streaming is definitely part of the answer, Bobkin. That much I can agree with. I plan on doing that. No, the black Prius went ages ago. Londo, my wife now has a blue Prius. But no, I've got a black Astra twin top. 1.8 sport turbo. Home is. Oh no, this is another. This is the approach release from Red because we're moving on to the left-hand track. I'm guessing.
We are now approaching Newton.
Do I drive a Lamborghini? You know what? The biggest thing is, and I know it's not particularly masculine of me, but I have zero interest in cars. Zero interest in cars. Less than zero interest in cars, in fact. They're like a place to throw money at. Just to keep going. So, this is why when I buy a car, I try and aim to spend no more than £1,000 to 1,500 quid. I think I splashed out on this one and it was £2,000.
This is Newton Abbot. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paynton. The next station is Tor.
Yeah, cars are tools. They're very useful tools. But if a car gets you from point A to point B in sufficient comfort, why spend £600 a month on something flashy? I don't know, that different people have got different priorities and that's completely fine. But for me, it's just not. Money no object. What's my dream car? I've got no idea. I'm really stressing out a little bit about the day I have to replace that twin top because they don't make twin tops anymore, and I've got one of the ones created last. So I can't get really another twin top unless I get one the same age as this one. And they're going for about 800 quid now. So I don't know. It'd be convertible for a start. Don't care, I think is the answer to that. I'd like it to be a convertible, and that's basically it. Oh, glad you're getting the help, Chris. I think what the car that I quite like was the MR2, and I don't mean the later MR2, the sort of the boxy looking one. I mean the previous MR2, which was all curvy, the T-top. Those I really like, and they still hold their value actually, whereas the newer MR2 don't. Why convertible? Because once you've gone convertible, Bob, you don't go back. Like the I never got it either. but then I happened to because of my sister needing to downsize, she gave me her convertible, her twin top, because I've had 2 of them now. This is the second one, and just the ability to drive, and how it feels driving with the roof down is transformational. It is the way I relax. Unfortunately, the roof doesn't work at the moment. It hasn't worked all summer, which has not been a great thing. So I've been I need to get that fixed this summer. The only reason it isn't fixed is because I've been busy. I need to take it to a garage and get it looked at. But yeah, just having thought of not being able to put the roof down on a car, not interested. I will drive with the roof down in the rain. I used to be dependent on an automatic gearbox as well, Londo, but the twin top made me go back to a manual, and I've never had as good a time as I have with this. Wind in your hair, exactly that, Bob, exactly that. It freshens up the old hair. Yeah, that's it, Peter Evans, the ones that look like a Ferrari 348. Beautiful looking car. A T-bar is probably the closest I've come to not having a convertible. At least the Mark III you can get in a convertible, but it looks really ugly. You know what, Eddie? It doesn't matter how hard it's raining. If you're doing more than 40 miles an hour, it doesn't matter. It's actually really, really refreshing. My wife and I got caught out in a storm. We'd literally just go for a loop in the car. It takes about half an hour, out onto the motorway and then back again. The heavens opened once we got onto the motorway, absolutely throwing it down. And it's just like, well, I'm not stopping on the motorway to put the roof up. So we carried on going, and I tell you what, it was so good, such fresh air. And no, you don't get wet. Yeah, once I got the hang of automatics, because I learned on manual, I drove manual for a long time. Once I got the hang of automatics, I was like, it just seems kind of pointless to use the gearbox. The automatic does a better job of it than I do. Mine's a twin top, so it's a hard top. Looks like a transformer when the roof is going down. No, Tom, as long as you're doing more than about 40 miles an hour, the rain just flies over the top. It's really, really good. I think when it comes to manual auto, I'm fine either way now, but a manual gearbox has to have, like, all the manuals I've driven before have been weird. Have not been anything special, which is why I didn't really like it that much. Whereas the autos have actually been really good. Once you get the hang of it, driving an auto, it's a lot of fun. But this, because it's a 1.8 turbo, this is, it's a lot of fun to drive. It's a lot of power under the hood for a 1.8. And actually quite a heavy car because of the roof. Can't you put the roof up to 30 miles an hour? This one is up to about 25, otherwise the alarm goes off when you try and operate the roof. But I wouldn't want to do that anyway. I've had the roof fail over the years, mid doing something, to know that if you can help it, don't mess with the roof at all. Oh, Bob Kent, you're BBK. Ah.
Modern cars have got some really impressive stuff on them, Peter. One of my friends, in fact the guy who looks after the audio team, he does, he's always got a top of the range car, and you know, as much as I diss on cars because I don't want it, I'm so impressed by the stuff on it he's got in that car. It's like flying a spaceship compared to my 1920s Tonka car. What I think of Teslas, I think they look great. I'm still not sold on electrics in general, just purely because of the I think the actual cost of them isn't anywhere near as good as anyone says. The cost of the car is ridiculous. Like, you know, I like paying £2,000 for a car, and a Tesla, no electric car is like that. When a Vauxhall Corsa is 30 to 40,000 pounds, you know that something's not right with the world. I'm sorry. Will I be back to streaming on Twitch anytime soon, Stephanie? Not at the moment. I'm not going to stream on Twitch until I think I'm going to do it regularly. Because, as I mentioned this earlier on, if I stream on Twitch, then people will go on and they will resubscribe to the partner thing. And that makes me feel incredibly guilty because I don't stream that often. So I stream on YouTube, and that way I can stream occasionally without feeling bad about it. Hey Sam. To be honest, I'm quite enjoying streaming on YouTube. The features are, we know, a lot better than they used to be, and I love the fact that I can stream at huge bit rates. So 60 FPS, 1080p. Actually, it does it justice. You only subscribe to make me feel guilty. I know, BBK. I know. It is appreciated. It's always appreciated. But yeah, that's why I haven't enabled subscriptions on YouTube, because I don't stream enough to warrant it. I need to fix that. What do you think about Forza Horizon 6? I'm aware of it, but I've not actually had time to sit and watch the trailer or anything. I love the idea though. I love the idea. I hope they're going to take, you know, take advantage of the whole Tokyo Drift culture and all sorts of things. I think it could be, especially then you can go out into the countryside. You've got some beautiful scenery there. They always like to do a race with a train, and obviously you've got the Shinkansens you can do a race with. I think Japan makes so much sense. Try to stream in 4K. I could try it. I mean, I'm doing everything. Everything else is in 4K except for when it leaves the building. The store won't work until Tuesday, Chris. Not until the rest of the content is released. If you're missing anything that you're expecting, then you might be able to get it from the thingy. No, brain's not working. From the Microsoft store, as opposed to the in-game store. But the in-game store won't work until Tuesday. I was thinking about that, JP. I don't want to do is lose my partnership necessarily. It's one of those weird things that I don't want to stream because of my partner, but I also don't want to lose my partnership. I never claimed to make sense. Full service, neutral, shut down.
The next station is Torquay. This is a Great Western Railway service to Painswick.
Tadami Line, I've not played it myself recently. I've looked at the screenshots, same as you all have, and it's looking so good. Thank you, Chris. Can you raise a bug ticket for that then, Rob? And I would suggest you record yourself saying it correctly rather than trying to word it in writing out, because nothing anybody said in the text made any sense to me. Just record yourself saying it correctly, or find an example of someone saying it correctly. Well, I think the idea is, Stephanie, that, you know, in terms of pollution and so forth, I think it makes sense because it has got to be more efficient to have central power stations bulk creating energy than millions of little tiny power stations inside our diesel cars and electric and petrol cars. But I don't think the costs necessarily balance out anywhere near the way people think they do. It's kind of like it's cheaper to run an EV, but it really isn't that much cheaper. And when you take into account your car costs a lot more in the first place.
This is Torquay. This is a Great Western Railway service to Paignton. The next station is Paignton.
Chris, so that is if you clip the emergency brake section. If you clip the emergency brake, it will lock in emergencies. You can't do anything with it, unfortunately. So stay away from the emergency brake setting. I don't know about Caltrain DLC, Stephanie. It won't be long though. I think the work is basically finished.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Paignton.
I don't know about that, Bob. The Prius battery. So my wife's black Prius was 15 when we got rid of it, and the battery was still fine. I mean, it should have been replaced. I mean, it had done 220,000 miles. And it should have been replaced apparently at about 150,000, but it was still behaving. So I think EV batteries are probably fine, but I think if it's anything like the Prius, once the battery's dead, the cars are right off, unless it's, you know, brand new. Because, well, these days, like, I think a Prius battery nowadays is 2,500, 3,000. That's fine. You tell them what they need to do, Rob, and they'll figure it out. The audio team are wizards at that stuff. Oh wow, that's not good, Stephanie. Batteries are full of all sorts of really nasty things, Animal, to be fair. Certainly my experience of EV batteries has been very good, Peter. I've got no complaints based on the Prius. But I think we'll be finding over the next sort of 10-15 years tech for cars, power systems and so forth is going to continue to develop rapidly, which is why I don't feel the need to throw it all in on EV right now. How fast did you manage to get on the Flying Scotsman? I mean, my normal cruising speed was about 60, and at the top of the first bank I think I was down to about 35, 30. The rest of the journey mostly 60 all the way. I was still 5 minutes early into Plymouth.
We are now approaching Paynton.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform.
So I think the problem with hydrogen fuel cells, isn't it, that it takes a huge amount of energy to make a hydrogen fuel cell or something like that. So if they can solve that problem, then oh, exciting times. You're not wrong, Lee. I'm fascinated by EV. Oh, it's Paynton. Red bus, hey, we're still going to be going for a while. Yeah, I'm running for another 3.5 hours at least. The keybinds are very similar to Train Simulator Classic by design, but you can also remap them. Well, we didn't do too bad on faults. What, 2 engine faults, a wiper fault, and that was about it. Welcome back, Jason. Oh, is that crossing on the map? Yeah, good shout. It appears that it's not. I thought they were on the map as well. That's Goodrington South. Nope, they're not on the map. They used to be. Am I early again? Guess so. It will finish in a minute. This is what happened last night with the Flying Scotsman. I got to the end and it just sat here. And it's because it's got a finish time and it won't end until you've gone past the finish time. The 2 red things at the station entrance, no, they're signals. They're stars and signals. But I wonder if they're covering up. Be these 2. There we go. Right, so Germany. So let's go for, what does the 146 do? Ooh, 146 Leipzig, Dresden. Go for that. That's a long-standing bug, Rob. It's because they have got a time in the UI. So if you finish early, it won't end until that time. So yeah, it needs fixing. Okay, put that in forward, open the doors. Indeed. Lights on. Those on. Nice. Have I done any freight services on 6? I must admit I've not done any freight yet, actually. Other than the 294. I did a 294 service yesterday. You mean like on joysticks, Redbus? Nothing at the moment. There is an API that anyone else can use to write a tool to do that, though. Yeah, I saw the HST issue, yeah.
AFB, AFB, AFB.
Zug EE 50 nach Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Leipzig-Engelsberg. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Zugbeeinflussung, Zugbeeinflussung.
How long have I been working in game dev? Only for as long as I've worked at Dovetail, so 13 and a bit years. My background is software engineering, in telecoms mostly. What does speed mean in the boxes, the game, and the T mean at the end? Does that mean... Do you mean this bit up here? That's the upcoming speed limits? It means if why does the HUD speed limit show the line speed, not the actual speed for a freight train? It just means it hasn't been set up in the timetable properly. You can set it to show the speed limit of the. So you can set the service in the timetable with a speed limit, and then the HUD will respect that. Redbus, I need to write some documentation. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow on the API. I've got lots of people asking me for that now. Ingolstorf is next. My coach is only maxed out at 160 kilometers an hour, so I think the loco might be as well. So we don't get to go super duper fast.
Sifa.
How did the move from SWE to production work for you? I'm not going to lie, it's hard work. As in, it's difficult because you move from being someone who, when there is a problem, you fire up the IDE and you solve the problem, to now you find someone to solve the problem. And you know, in some respects, it's really good because it means that you can focus on the high level direction of where things need to go. But yeah, just really, having to get myself out of that. Assign me those bugs, I'll get on with those ones. I haven't got time to do that. Other people need to do that do have time to do that. That took some shift of mindset.
Sifa.
This is Original Express. Wow. Okay, I left it way too late to brake.
Nächste Station Leipzig-Engelsdorf. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
How often am I tempted to fire up an IDE? It's literally running on the machine behind me. I'm going to fix a Japanese keyboard issue tomorrow. Yeah. I remember I fired up and because I don't really do C++, but I hate C++ anyway. But I remember I wanted to fix some things in Train Sim Classic many moons ago, and I just got the build working on my system and I got the source for Train Sim Classic and started. And I fixed a bunch of bugs in Train Sim Classic, added track IR support and all sorts of things. So redid the rail driver interface, kind of scratched the itch and got those things out of my system. That was quite fun. One of the things that's really handy though, with a software engineering background, IDE means Integrated Development Environment. It's the tool you use to do development. One of the things that's really handy though is like using coding skills to solve problems more efficiently. Like when I used to give keys out to all the Xbox beta testers, I've got maybe 40 people that need codes, and I've got 130, 140 keys to give out. Do the math, yeah, X times Y. There's no easy way of just block copy pasting that. It's a very, very laborious, thousands of copy paste operations. So I wrote a tool to mostly automate it this time around, and it became so much easier.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug EE.
Thank you, EJ.
Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen
We have the fix for the 101 simulator guy. I'm just waiting for it to be delivered into the build.
Fahrtrichtung rechts.
4.3 Borsdorf Sachs. No movement on beta testers. I'll start looking at that probably after this coming week, actually. Get this coming week out of the way, and then I can start looking at rolling in some new beta testers. So
hopefully soon. And well, I've got a video on PZB and German signalling on the Train Sim official channel. And that's in English. $80 past this point. Any plans for Christmas? Nothing yet. Christmas is like a million miles away. Well, the other solution for the 101 is just to disable the layer simulator guy. Lots of interest in doing an Australian route, RB, but it's more about like getting licenses. So to date, very little progress. And actually, with the changes that happened a while back, we got one of the freight licenses, and then they a little while ago got bought. So I don't know whether or not we still have that freight license. But the other passenger licenses we were looking at we weren't getting any joy with. So we've not been able to assemble enough to make a route. But one of our guys used to work for the people that make trains, and he moved back from Australia. He's got a lot of interest in Australia, and he's already. So I've got 2 comprehensive route proposals for him for Australian routes. So one of which is a clear winner in my opinion. So no, I'm not going to say what they are.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug EE50 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Wurzen, Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Wurzen in 14 kilometers. I know what I want to do for another Dutch route if I ever get the opportunity as well. But no, I'm not going to say. Ooh, 101. Wagon packs from DTG. We've got no plans for wagon packs, amazed Hayes, at this point. It's pretty rare that we do a wagon pack, to be honest.
I know we did the HKAs on West Coast Main Line, but that's more a gameplay pack where a wagon contributed to it rather than a wagon pack. I know the difference is 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, but Skyhook are doing a really good job with their wagon packs. The cargo load packs are really good. It's not just up to me, Animal. There are lots of things that need to be done. And if I make a Dutch route, which one of the UK, US or German do I not make? Now maybe you see the challenge. Give up on the US? Absolutely not. Well, that's really nice lighting. Sun coming up, about to blind us if we are unlucky. Six kilometers. Not given up particularly, Jason. It's just, again, there's only really time to do 3 in one particular route package, so there's only so many hours in the day, you know. I don't think America has less routes, but it has been getting the raw end of the stick for a bit, and I tried to fix that in Morristown. Oh, it's the 6. You should be able to lower the bitrate. I'm streaming at a really high bitrate, Cameron, so you might be able to lower the bitrate and get a more reasonable stream. I mean, I'm on 12,000. Twitch limits you to 6,000. I can't remember where the option is, but I believe you can do that.
Nächste Station, Wurzen. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Sifa, Sifa, Sifa. Türfreigabe.
I think it's got Stamford has got probably more stations than a lot of routes. To be honest, it's not short. At least not in terms of dev time. It's actually quite high in terms of dev time. Steam decided to start down as, oh yeah, no, that's a good way to end your ability to watch anything. Just open the left doors for no particularly good reason. Oh, I know who you mean, Riley, but I don't pay attention to people like that.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug E50 nach Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine
Curran is next.
Küren, Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Sifa, Sifa.
$80 kilometers an hour. Get up to 160 once we've rejoined the main here.
Sifa, Sifa.
Starting to get a bit brighter now.
Sifa.
The trees are currently nicely abating that sun, which is good.
Sifa.
Hey Olon, how's it going? You know, my take on that, on the critical, Robbie says, sure, it's a bit of a challenge to filter out negativity working on games like this. Very particular games, very particular players. In that context, you can never please anyone. And you're absolutely right. And sometimes it can take a toll on you. And that's, you know, why I generally take a step back from the Discord or from the forums or something. Because at the end of the day, I still need to look after me. But on the other hand, I would much rather people were critical and talking about it than didn't care. So for me, it's I take it actually as a sign that people care, if that makes sense. Even if it doesn't sound like they do, if they really didn't care, they genuinely wouldn't talk about it. So it always makes me smile when people are like, I never play this game, I hate this game. If it's that bad, why is he letting it take up brain space? And the answer is because it isn't that bad and they actually play it a lot. And that's fine. But it's all good feedback. Even if the way it's delivered is not ideal, it's all good feedback and we need to listen to it. Where are we? We're here. Excellent. Just in case you were wondering, we're here. It's just like a station in the middle of actually nowhere. Is it like a station for this person's house? Is this Mr. Curran? Well, maybe for other houses as well. Okay, fair enough. There are multiple houses. Well, that's just it, Amaze Taste. At the end of the day, you know, it's all about making the game as good as it can be, and I can't argue with that. Or some people were nicer about it, but I'd rather have abrupt feedback than no feedback. Let's put it that way. Jessica, the Diesel Legends pack is probably one of the most successful gameplay packs that we've ever made. So don't mind the public forums where they talk about it like it was completely unpopular. Diesel Legends was a very popular pack, which surprised me given the 1980s content. Next station is me darling. Trains to unwind and relax your mental health. The Train Sim World 6 free starter pack starts on the 30th, which is Tuesday, and will remain available for 6 weeks. No problem at all. I want to relax. Oh, I'd love an AEM7, Jesco. We got a photo survey from an AEM7, but we don't have. We haven't been able to get an audio survey from one, and probably can't now. I don't know how. I think you can gift the game Pacific Productions, but I don't know how. It's worth Googling. Alternatively, jump on our Discord server and ask one of the community managers. They might be able to help. When it comes to matters of retail and the like, I'm outside of that space, unfortunately. Florian, driven all 3 routes now, early access on PS5 Pro. Think they're great. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying.
Sifa.
Nächste Station, Dahlen. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Sifa.
The other option you've got, Pacific Productions, is like a gift card with the money on it that they can then activate and use the money to buy the game, or whatever game suits them better if they prefer. Riley, all I can say to you, my friend, is focus on the positive. Don't let the negative get you down. If you give them brain space, they'll take it. It sounds all soft and gooey, but the only person who has the power to upset you is you. Not anybody else. You give them that power. I just opened the wrong doors again, didn't I? Oh, Shats. I'm sorry, but it just makes me smile. It shouldn't, but... Unsal, if you manage to get the Voyager emergency brake clipped on, then unfortunately there is currently no way to recover that. And you'll need to start again. That bug is known and being fixed, or has been fixed. I'm just waiting for it to make it to a release patch. It's very annoying. I get it. But if you just try and avoid, be very careful when you're putting it into full service, so that you don't accidentally put it into emergency, and you'll be fine. Is it Oskats? Like, as in Chemnitz? some lovely long shadows.
Seefahrt.
Long shadows are the enemy of FPS, just to be clear. If you find struggling with FPS, times of the golden hours with the really long shadows really hurt FPS. Speed reduction down to 80 coming up, but that's fine because we need to be stopping. Yeah, the ICE4 is just a monster beast from hell when it comes to dev. Why is it 4 main routes for Dresden? It's 4 because of including Dresden-Riesa. That's just because it overlaps. Dresden-Riesa and Dresden-Leipzig are essentially, Dresden-Leipzig is the big version of Dresden-Riesa. No one's going to want to buy Dresden-Riesa if you're in Dresden-Leipzig, but because it has extra stock in it, we thought the easiest thing to do was to just throw it in the pack. With signalling being speed-based, you reckon you could drive this route HUD-less? There's more to just than that. It's probably the route I could drive closest to HUD-less. I wouldn't want to suggest even remotely I would be competent, but I probably wouldn't derail. Probably. Hey, hold on. If you get Dresden-Leipzig on its own, you should get Dresden-Riesa. That's a good question. You should.
Seefahrt. Seefahrt. Seefahrt.
The problem with not having Dresden-Riesa, Jason, is it means that you'll miss out on routes that use Dresden-Riesa for their layers. That was one of the reasons we put it in there. It's unfortunate, but the time required to reauthor everything to use Dresden-Leipzig is prohibitive. Adam Cressy, BR146.2 with Dostos. No changes to livery editor, Jesco. Riviera line, what is the thing that appears in the HUD about ATP and how it works? I don't know what you mean, Ica. I mean, ATP is barely anything at all, to be honest, on Riviera line, because they don't really use it that far west. So we only have it in what they call partial supervision, which basically means it stops you going 128 miles an hour, and that's it. But you did bet on the San Bernardino stream, Eddie. If I'm correct, and I believe you lost that bet. No, your profile comes across, Riley.
I forgot.
Sifa.
To be fair, I think it's the only time. Licensing, Jason, that's all. I mean, we do have some, but they all run DBM services on behalf of DB, so they're all red. Is it VVO that runs on here or something? And Chemnitz has got like 3 or 4 logos on the trains, but like VRR, I think it is. Are they the ones that run green on Hauptstrecke Rheinrohr? They were a hard no. Yeah, VVO's Dresden, yeah. Isn't that what's on these? Oh no, these are the S-Bahn Dresden ones. Oh no, there it is, look, VVO.
Sifa.
The 802 and the 801 are both 125 miles an hour trains. So they're the same. Get LZB end in a minute.
Zugbeeinflussung.
There we go.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Mash all of the keys, because apparently I've got fat fingers. And then just up here, PZB will come back into force.
Zugbeeinflussung.
There we go. PZB's back online.
AFB. AFB. AFB.
Yeah, there's the Desire OHC that's RRX, isn't it? I seem to recall they were a no. But I think National Express have always been a no in the past. Resign using 4K with ultra settings. My monitor, I think it's a 27-inch 4K. Frame rate makes a big difference. A good reliable frame rate makes a big difference. How do you release the EM brake, JP? I mean, I've tried begging, I've tried pleading, I've tried crying a bit.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Hey Ang, how's it going?
Sifa. 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 Sifa.
I hope so, Adam. I hope so. Oh, got cars going the other way.
Sifa.
Yes, I've seen the DB Red Desero HC. I think Lucas and I would both like to see an HC in at some point. I rode the Desero when I went to the last time I went to Gamescom. I think that was the Desero that that I rode on the way back to the airport.
Sifa.
Thanks, Edward. I appreciate that. I'll pass your message on.
Sifa.
Nächste Station, Riesa. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Right, coming into Riesa. Oh no, I definitely got the desire for an AC4 from all of the chats and so forth from the stream. There was zero subtlety there. Doors are unlocked.
Sifa Zwangsbremsung.
Oh, I press Q. Shut up. Lots of messages on Discord. Superb. Thank you for the screenshots that Rob and Rebecca sent me. That's what I wanted. I'll get those raised as tickets. Right, Globbits.
AFB.
Game Freak, so there is a problem with the Voyager that if you clip emergency, it won't, you can't get it out of emergency. Now I'm told there's a possibility someone's figured out how to release the brakes. So when he sends me the DM, we'll have a look. But otherwise than that, we have got a fix coming for the a proper fix for it, because he shouldn't do that. Oh, I'm totally with you, Jason, on that one. Totally with you. I can't make all the trains that I want to make for all sorts of different reasons, unfortunately. If you go into profiles, you should be able to import a new profile from there, Double Drop. You said we'd be finished by the time you were 78, Rob. That's a bit presumptuous. Maybe finish the first round.
SIFA.
The double drop, do you mean in-game account profile? Or do you mean Dovetail Live account? Riley, no worries, mate. No worries at all. Didn't ruin the stream, don't worry. TC Mark, so the team have a couple of ideas, and we have a candidate fix being tested. Whether it actually fixes it or not, I don't know. But we have a candidate fix being tested, and we'll see whether or not that does the job. Neutral section.
Nächste Station, Glaubitz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
How long is my wish list for new trains? How many trains aren't in the game yet? It's that.
Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe.
Levi, come Tuesday, there'll be the free starter pack, so you'll be able to upgrade to the base Train Sim World 6 and bring all your content across for free. You won't get the new routes, you have to pay for the routes, but if you just want to bring the if you just want to move on to Train Sim World 6 with your existing collection, that is indeed free, but only for the first 6 weeks, so make sure you get that done.
Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe.
Good night, Eka.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen.
Oh dear. None crits.
50 nach Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Nönkritz. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
It's only been 6.5 hours, TC Mark, this is a baby. We've still got another, at least 2.5 to go. I'd like a long stream. I like playing TSW.
SIFA.
Double drop. I don't know. I got your. Do you know where I'm coming from? But I don't think I saw what you're referring to. So you have to say it again. I appreciate it, Mark. Badcat 50 is a BR 146.2. Not driving a commuter train. Not giving myself enough time to stop properly.
Sifa.
We're probably going to be leaving expert editions to the third parties to do. Unless we happen to get enough access to do just an expert edition justice. I don't want, and I won't allow, expert edition to just become the new way to charge more for the same thing. So unless it really does stand up to being an expert edition like the BR101 was, then I don't think that's a good thing at all. The locos are there's more than enough in there for most people in a normal loco. So my Train Sim World 6 profile on Train Sim isn't the same as my Train Sim World 5 profile. I think your best bet is jump on our Discord, Double Drop, and talk to someone there, or raise a support ticket if one of the moderators can share the detail, the URL for it. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to help you on the stream. I don't really understand what's gone wrong there, but they'll be able to talk to you more directly, get screenshots from you, and figure out the what's gone wrong and how to help you. Cleveland, it depends. There's no easy answer to. There's no simple answer to that question. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I mean, Department for Transport is really easy to deal with. They're really great. But like, for example, the Caltrain is a government one, same as Department for Transport is over here. Very different story. Everyone's just got different priorities, and it can be down to the individual that you're talking to and what their priority is and how much time they can give you. Suffice to say, talking to a video game company is not high on the list of priorities for people who run a railroad in reality. So very grateful for whatever we're able to get, to be honest. Priestvitz. Licensing is about all kinds of things that may or may not include money. It can include terms, it can include all sorts of things. You know, one of the things we've had is that one organisation didn't want their license in the game unless we could guarantee it was impossible to crash the train. And I can't do that, so we couldn't have that license. The 350 situation was very complicated, Adam, and I don't fully understand it. I've got my own guesses on what the deal is there, but it's difficult. That one was unfortunate. I'm sure it'll be rectified in the fullness of time. It's kind of like everyone wants to do the license, but just can't for certain reasons. Well, crashes happen IRL, but they don't want to have to deal with the press. Some, you know, somebody in the press will
look at a screenshot of someone's posted or a video someone's posted of their train coming flying off the rails, and then next thing you know, it's on the 9 o'clock news the following day as you know, this is how bad this operator can be, and there, and all nonsense. But whereas if they just say no to the license, that doesn't happen, and so they have one less stress to worry about. It's those kinds of things. Nothing to do with leaks, Jason, at all. I don't know where that came from. I think the community just makes stuff up sometimes, but nothing to do with leaks. Nothing to do with anyone being upset about anything or anything like that. Again, it's just people spreading bad faith. Right, we're on the local lines, or the main line. Amazed Taste, how does licensing work? Do you literally phone up a TOC and say, "Oi, can we have your license?" Not far off it. Usually an email though, rather than a phone call. Then followed up usually by meetings, multiple emails backwards and forwards, explanations about what we do, them saying, "Oh wow, I didn't realise these sorts of things existed." Then them getting a bit terrified of what it, you know, oh, so you're teaching people to drive our trains? That's very scary. And some people get it and some people don't. Some people are scared to death of the idea.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Yes, I'm very happy to see GWR back in the fold, and again, licensing team constantly working on. You know, it's taken literally since the renewal didn't happen previously because GWR were very busy. You know, back in the early days till now, and licensing team have been gently poking that one periodically for all that time. You know, they are working tirelessly to get us the licenses we want. I wouldn't want to make any guesses on that, really, Stephanie. Well, okay, I will. Generally working within the UK, as long as if it's part of the Department for Transport, is we have a proven relationship there that works well. They know what we are, who we are, what we do, and whereas the individual operators, it's a brand new conversation every time. So I'm hoping that as things fold in, actually this gets easier.
Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe.
Did any of the operator logos make it into livery designer? No. Well, some did, yeah, some did, but most of the operators say firm no to that, which doesn't surprise me. I'm surprised when anyone says yes to the livery designer rather than the other way around. We always ask, but owners of brands like to have control or influence over how their brand is used. It's kind of one of the things they have to do. And livery designer takes that control away from them. Or, depending on how you look at it, it does.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug ERE 50 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Wiederau. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Well, some operators, like DB, are very experienced with these kinds of things, and you know they kind of got a system set up for it. Amtrak is exactly the same. Amtrak are really easy to work with, and other operators don't have that sort of infrastructure or experience set up, and that's how it's different. So. Pegasus, why? Did you not just hear the announcement, or do you mean in your own game, Pegasus, Leo? Come on, 120, please. Thank you. Next station, what? Costwick? No, neither are. Okay. What country would I like to see added into Train Sim World? Do you mean from me personally speaking, and not in a what makes commercial sense that everybody else would like to see? South Korea. Is OBB difficult to work with? Not at all, but we're not able to get any reference strips with them. They can't support it, unfortunately. I gather they're still running their depots and so forth under COVID rules. Maybe it's the game sounds. There was literally one playing earlier on, Pegasus Leo. I'll turn the game up a bit. I've also been talking over a lot of the announcements, to be fair. Londo, actually, that's been one of the single biggest advantages of TSW being on console, because now people know us a lot more. When we were just a relatively obscure game on Steam, it was very difficult, whereas since we became a console game that you can buy on the shelf much more readily, or people see showing up on their PlayStation or their Xbox, yeah, there's definitely, you know, people generally know of us now. Are you off then, Lucas Sus? Oh yeah, all the announcements are in German, yeah, because I'm in a German train. There's no English announcements. Is Unreal Engine 5 impossible with old gen? Do you mean old? Oh no, that's SIFA. Oh, shut up. I pressed Q. Unreal Engine 5 doesn't work with Gen 8 consoles. Or at least, if you're going to do Gen 8 consoles, there's no point going to Unreal Engine 5. It's completely pointless. Oh, I'd love to do a Valenta at some point, Mark. Proper Paxman Valenta thrash. Need to wait for one to be available to record the audio from. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that, Will. I was giving Will, the author of TS Controllers, just some guidance earlier on before the stream. They were asking about versions and so forth. That's good. What we are thinking about Train Simulator Driver is having subtitles that are localized. Because the minute you start localizing the real world in quotes, you start down a slippery slope of all of the screens, should they be localized? All of the things in the cab and the sounds and the alarms, should they be localized? And maybe, but that would make the development of a train which has been designed from the ground up to work in a particular way significantly more complicated. And bearing in mind the majority of people who drive German trains are German, not necessarily the right answer. Oh, no, subtitles what they want. Yeah, subtitles is what we are looking at. Yes, absolutely.
Sifa.
You're on PC now, are you, Jason? Nice. The mods are really good, to be fair. There's some really good ones. Oh, sorry, I thought you said localized spoken audio. Localized subtitles for spoken audio. Sorry, I was skim reading. Yeah, console has opened TSW up to a lot of new people. A lot of new people. Which is why I always get a little bit grumpy about the PC Master Race, because honestly, they're massively outweighed by console players, or outnumbered, sorry, by console players. Everyone's important though, this is the thing. Everyone's important.
Kühlfreigabe.
You have a 5070 Ti? What are you running at in settings? I mean, I rarely see mine dip under 60, and mine's only 4080, which I think is less than a 5070 Ti. You're running like 4K with 200% or something. Going on to PlayStation Plus, I think it is, Train Simulator Driver has shifted it heavily in favour of PlayStation. Wienbola?
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug RE50 nach Dresden. Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Weinmöhler. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
So for me, Pegasus Leo, on Steam Deck I use medium settings, 1280 by 800, and frame limit to 30 FPS. And it's reasonably solid at 30 FPS the whole time.
Sifa.
Oh, okay, that's not going to help, Jason. You're pushing a hell of a lot of pixels there. Do you need the 150% at that resolution? I guess the other question is, run Task Manager while you're playing the game. Oops. I know, I'll put it into emergency accidentally. Run Task Manager while you're playing the game, and have a look and see whether it's your CPU or your GPU that's struggling. If it's your GPU, then yeah, you need to drop from 150 down to 100. That'll make a huge difference on GPU. If it's not your GPU, then don't worry about that. That's not going to be the issue.
SIFA, 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 SIFA Zwangsbremsung.
Oh, come on, just get in there. Get into the end of the station, darn it. Ryzen 7 7800X3D is a decent CPU from what I recall. Yeah, it's fine, RB. It's all good. We got there. Hey, Odin. But yeah, Jason, I would run it with Task Manager as a first pass and work out where you're hurting on CPU or GPU, and then adjust your settings accordingly. My gut feeling is it's your GPU. I'm running 4K, but only 100% CPU on my 100% scaling, because I can't see the point in making it any higher. It's already really clear. I would much rather have 60 FPS. It makes so much of a difference. Everything runs better at high frame rate because of that TAA nonsense. That and the physics also runs better at high frame rate as well. Because if you throttle your GPU, it will dial your CPU back. Essentially, it's difficult to explain, but Riley, I was thinking about a freight run next. I don't know. I'm happy to take a vote on an S-Bahn or a freight next. What does everyone think? Well, he's got a wide screen, Rob, so 1080p won't help. But I think that the resolution that he's got there with 100% scaling will make a big difference. Korsvik. What are you thinking, Vectron?
SIFA, SIFA, SIFA.
A GTX 760 Ti, does it even boot the game? I'd probably suggest some fairly low settings. I jest, I mean, a lot of the development was done on 750s, but
SIFA, SIFA.
I mean, Simigraph loves to chew away at CPU, but there is a ratio. Effectively, it's like there are certain things have to be done before it can move on to the next round of CPU things. So if you overload the GPU to where that takes longer than a frame, to a longer time than it should, that will hold back CPU, even though there's spare CPU. So that's why I say you want to dial back your GPU so that it's more efficient, and you'll get more out of your CPU at that point. That's what will help Simigraph run better.
Nächste Station, Ausweg bei Dresden. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
$3070 is a great card, Pegasus Love. That's a lovely card. I'll do no problem with that. It's not the newest card by any stretch of the imagination, but there's nothing wrong with it. Not for TSW anyway.
Kühlfreigabe. Kühlfreigabe.
I can't remember what there is for patches on older content simulator guy. It wouldn't surprise me if there's. Generally can't remember what we've done in the way of bug fixes and older content. Not tons, but do I use mods? No, I don't. Mark. Absolutely don't. Don't believe in mods on these streams. I like mods, don't get me wrong, but not on these streams. JP, that's a convoluted set of instructions, but we'll give it a go after this. A 1050 is a pretty old car, Ickbin YouTuber.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug IR50 nach Dresden Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station Radebeul Ost. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Radebeul Ost, 7.3 kilometers.
Sifa.
Well, it depends what you're looking for, Cleveland, because there are services which, for example, run Dresden to Meissen. So Dresden up round there, up down to Meissen. So you've got all the out and back Meissen ones. You've got the ones which come up via Friedrichstadt, Coswig, and go up to can't remember the name. Yeah, up to here. There it is. Grosenheim. So you've got those services. I don't know if there's any that just go to Riesa though anymore. FabLab, my PC spec says an Intel i7 14700KF or K, I can't remember which one, with 4080 GeForce. I can't remember how much video memory there is on it. I've got 32 gig of main memory, and everything's on M.2s. RB services, Mike services and Riesa. Possibly, Liam, possibly. Dresden Riesa hasn't been touched, Riley. It's there mostly to provide stock. That sounds like a good spec, FabLab. Again, I'd be modest on expectations to start off with and then try scaling it up, but that's a decent spec. You should get good frame rates at 1080p. I mean, there's 0 point ever putting your frame rate above your monitor's refresh rate, just to be clear. That's a complete waste of time. So if you've got 60 Hz monitor, target 60 Hz, so yeah, 60 frame rate, 60 FPS. Amazed taste, whether something's future-proof or not depends what you want to do with it, really, I think. I mean, the 2080 sitting in my streaming machine still plays actually a bunch of games on it, no problem at all. And my son still used the 980 Ti until very recently that came in that machine. .2 kilometers. I missed that it clipped my power off. Okay, flight sim, yeah, I can see that benefiting. That's a fair point.
Sifa, Sifa.
$50 at the next signal. That's fine.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Nächste Station, Radebeul Ost, Ausstieg.
Chris, there is a third party developing P42. I've no idea how they're doing. Well, the last videos and such they shared, it was looking really good actually. I've no idea what they're looking at for a release date though. They are working with us for third party though, so it should come out through us. Fab, I'm the executive producer, so look after the teams that make the game, to be honest, but I don't actually make the game myself.
Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe. Türfreigabe.
Has Matt just done a JD? I didn't leave the bell on. Thanks, FabLab. We got a long way further to go on the optimization, but the routes have been built more robustly this time. JD stopped short. Hey. No. Wasn't that short.
Zug E50 nach Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Dresden, Stadt, Ausstieg, Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Leaking? What did I leak? It's not a leak.
Sifa, Sifa.
The author has been sharing so much about the P42. In an ideal world, nothing would be known about it until nearer the time, because it could be years before it's ready to release, but they've already been sharing so much about it. Crossover here, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's why for the reduction. Yeah, that laptop's actually sitting up there, JP. In shame, well, my shame. Speed it up. How do you guys optimize? So we've got some web-based tools we've developed which will analyze the map and give you how many objects there are, how many draw calls, how many polygons there are in things, how much memory textures take up, and then it kind of does like a heat map of the map, so you can sort of see where it's bad and where it's good. and then you can look at that and work out whether it feels right, because obviously if it's a field then it shouldn't have much in it, and if it's a big built up town then it probably should have things in it. So red doesn't necessarily mean bad, you just have to look at the reds and see if they should be red. And then it's looking over the way things have been built. So have they been built? I mean, our team makes stuff with all the right tech like instant static meshes and so forth, but if we're looking at some third-party stuff, if they're new they may not realise about that, so we'll help them understand there are more efficient ways of making it than just... If you make a station and it's got like loads of pillars down it, then you don't model all the pillars, you model one and then use a thing called instant static meshes to place it, and that's significantly more efficient.
Zugbeeinflussung.
60 at the next. Does anyone go into DTG Towers anymore? There's a few people. I go in occasionally. There's a few people that work there all the time. But it is like 4 or 5. No, we're not working on a P42, Marco. No plans still. Been aware of the one that's being made for some time. Specifically not working on a P42 because of that. Why does the graphics look bad on a Steam Deck? You realise the Steam Deck is like the equivalent of like an i7 4700. There's all sorts of different things that are looked at for optimization, FabLab. I'm probably not the best person to talk about it because I don't do it.
Nächste Station, Dresden-Neustadt. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I've been playing on Steam Deck, everything's looked about as how I'd expect for a machine of the limited power that a Steam Deck has got, to be honest. I'm in a loco, so I can't hear the passengers, Cleveland.
SIFA. Zugbeeinflussung.
Natalie's still at DTG? Yes, indeed, amazed days. Right, I'm going to see if that 101 is causing us any grief. Or is it gone already? Oh, it's gone. Excellent. Cool. No grief. FabLab, well, if you put it into emergency accidentally, then you can't get it out at the moment. Or there is a... JP's given me a technique we're going to try in a minute, but it's convoluted. But we have a proper fix coming. I'll be doing freight with the Vectron, I think, Rob. Can you normally know how to mods, Victor? If you know how to make scenery mods on routes, then yes. If you don't know how to do that, learn how to do that.
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug E50 nach Dresden, Hauptbahnhof. Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Dresden Mitte. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Yeah, JP's got it moving again. You've basically got to switch into the other cab and do some magic voodoo. I'm going to have a go in a minute because he sent me the instructions. I think most people will probably just say, oh well, that's too hard.
Sifa.
You saw a 360 on the forums. No, nothing to do with me, Mark Riley. I've no idea where that's come from. Unless it's posted on our website officially, then I would ignore it. Or it's a third party thing, but even then I can't even think of any third parties doing that.
Dresden Mitte. Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung links.
Zugbeeinflussung. Sifa.
Amman, I think your best bet is to raise a support request. I mean, the game still runs, lots of people still play it. But it'll be possibly down to combinations of mods you've got installed or content, or it could be a million possible things. So you'll need someone to help you look into it. But it still works, including on Windows 11 and with latest hardware. Usually response to the support team are weekdays Ultimate Gaming, but someone might be around this weekend. There has been a few people around to help people that have been getting TSW6. Dresden Hauptbahnhof. The 45 DP is amazing, isn't it, Steve?
Sehr geehrte Reisende, herzlich willkommen im Zug E50.
I was driving it from the multi-level end earlier on.
Wir wünschen Ihnen eine angenehme Reise. Nächste Station, Dresden, Hauptbahnhof.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Richtung rechts.
Why do some trains fly like a rocket when they crash? Because physics be crazy.
Sifa.
Remember, the game's had zero effort in terms of what happens when trains crash. It's not a priority for us at all.
Zugbeeinflussung.
It'll be a combination of bullet physics and physics, Liam. Probably physics. Because once the train has derailed, it's flagged as derailed, it switches off all of the other physics and switches the whole thing over to physics. And then if anything is overlapping, they explode.
SIFA, Zugbeeinflussung.
Nächste Station Dresden, Hauptbahnhof, Ausstieg in Fahrtrichtung rechts.
They basically said the next station is Dresden, your exit is on the right. See you later, Robbie. Anywhere, Riley, that you spawn, when you do a spawn on, you spawn on foot where you're supposed to spawn in a train, get a list of those and submit them to a support ticket. Many points. Many points. 27,000. Excellent. Right, I'm going to have another quick P&B and we'll be back in a moment and then we'll carry on with the freight run. Where is it? There it is. I see your comment, Amazed Taste. I see your comment. Cheeky so-and-so. Okie dokie. Right, so. Oh, it's getting toasty warm in here. Right, we're going to look at JP's incredible hack and see if we can make the Voyager work again. We're going to have a quick strip to the Voyager and make it work. Good save. Good save, Amazed Taste. You can stay. No plans for the Exmouth branch line, Alan, I'm afraid. So we want to look at Riviera, and we're not going to do much. I just want to try this hack that JP has found for working around the emergency brake bug. Let's do it in there. Custom weather. Boom, boom. Not suggesting this invalidates the need for a fix at all. There will be a fix for this, but maybe it'll get you out of trouble if you find yourself struggling. 7 hours 20 minutes so far, L, according to Twitch and according to OBS. Right, so let's get going. Well, we need to do this, open the doors. We'll get going in a minute. But yes, if this allows you to get going and save your run, then great. Tomcat, the problem with the Voyager is if you put it into emergency, you won't then be able to release the brakes. I'm not sure what you're asking, Cleveland. By Fire trains have 2 coaches, 1 loco. Why so many kilometres? I mean, if they stop regularly, it could be that they don't need lots of coaches because people get on and off all the way along. It could equally be that the operator is just being tight and not putting enough coaches on the train. I heard a story today of someone where a 158, a 2-car 158 got used on a route that normally had a longer train, and it was the nightmare you'd expect. It's also the problem with Voyagers. One of the reasons a lot of people don't like Voyagers is because a 4-car Voyager replaced an 8-car HST, and there weren't less people. Ugh, typical. Steve, you like the Morristown route? I'm really enjoying it as well. It's good, isn't it? Right then, let's get out. And then we'll go break the train.
The next station is Totnes. This is a cross-country service to Edinburgh Waverley.
Claim, I've got no plans on leaving. So if I pop the thing in and I go oops, we put it into emergency. Right, so I've broken the train now because of the bug. And once again, the bug will be fixed. We have a fix for it. But now what happens is if I try and go, the brake won't come off past the 2 bars. No matter what I try and do, it won't release the brakes. So the instructions here are put it into power off, jump to cab B, key in, reverse it to forward, apply a little bit of power, that's released the brake. Right. Doesn't say if I have to stop the train before I move back. I'm going to stop the train. Power handle to 0 and power to off and key out and then back. Better. Hey, look! Off! Control plus and control minus are maze tays, but on console that's obviously not going to help you, but if you just walk to the other cab, you can do that. Basically use cab B to release the emergency and then come back to cab A to drive it again until we get a fix. That's not bad. That works. It's terrible and I'm very worried about you, JP, for finding that out, but would that help on console with a keyboard plugged in? If you've got a keyboard plugged in, you could use control minus, control plus, but you can just walk to the other cab. You don't have to control minus plus. I'm just doing that to save time. You could just walk to the other cab. It's only 4 coaches. It doesn't matter, Liam, as long as you're in, and I would say the other end of the train, right? But I think it'll probably work if you're in one of the middle cabs, just a different cab. Control minus, control plus are cab forward, cab backwards. Right, Leipzig. Vectron. Where's the Vectron? Or am I blind? It's a 187, that's not a Vectron. Vectron. DB. That's not bad. I wonder what route it actually takes. Let's try that. Hey Anastasios, how are you doing? Right, it's Vectron fun time. Key in, release that, put that in forwards. Right, we're engaged. Where are we? Oh, this is an eastbound run. We're at Leipzig. In this place here. What's this place here? Oh, Engelsdorf, GBF. If you move to Unreal Engine 5, you can throw your entire back catalogue in the bin. Pegasus Leos. Figure that's probably not something you want to do.
Zugbeeinflussung.
What are our headlights?
AFB, 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 AFB.
Hey, Moses B, doing very well, thank you. It's not really so much work and testing Londo Spark, it's writing a new game from scratch. There's no point going on Unreal Engine 5 unless you're going to use Lumen, which requires relighting the entire game. Unless you're going to rebuild all the routes to use the new world partition system. Unless you're going to remake all your 3D objects with Nanite in mind. And so on and so on and so on. Wait for the brakes to come off. Nanite foliage, I think, is coming in an upcoming version. I don't think it's there yet.
Zugbeeinflussung. 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 AFB, AFB, AFB.
JD leads. It's JD and myself, kind of, but mostly JD that does the surveys. Cleveland, we've been on PS4, PS5 and Xbox for years. I'm not sure what you want us to learn. Ich bin's, the text next to the cursor that says what you're looking at isn't there anymore. Have you got notifications turned on? Under settings, you've got a bunch of stuff under general for control change notifications. There's notifications. I think those ones I'd start off with. I'd also look under accessibility and HUD type and check what HUD type you've got as well. Also, have you pressed F1? Because then that gets rid of absolutely everything. I think Sam works for Transport Fever people now. He must be loving that.
93 kilometers to our destination. Good night, Cameron. Time is it anyway? 22:40. Nice. If I was launching a game now, Cleveland, that's exactly what I'd do. But we still have an active player base on those consoles. This is the DB Vectron, yes, Lorenzo. I like how this Vectron cuts motors out. There's only got 2 motors on it, one on each bogie at the moment. It's because it doesn't need them, it's just cut them out. Any update of the 15845 circle? Not a clue, Celtic Mads. I don't know. Shunted onto the main now. I've been running with all layers, yes, Pegasus layers. I've got the entirety with all DLC on my Steam Deck. I've got a 1 terabyte micro SD card, and I've not been having any real problems. Like I said, it'd be like Dresden at rush hour, I get 25 FPS. But the rest of the time and the rest of the routes pretty much holds solid 30, and I've got it limited to 30, so I won't go above 30. Moses, if you're talking to me, my name's Matt. There you go, Igbins. Glad you're working again. We've switched on to LZB. Most freight cars can't do 200 km/h. That's why we're limited to 100 even in the Vectron. .200 miles per hour go home pass. Maybe down the hill in the air. Yeah, good to see you on the chat, Moses. Any more plans of BNSF routes? Keep an eye on our roadmap, Judy Hops. We've got nothing we've shared. With a grade as steep as track 3 is, Derek, that does not surprise me at all.
It feels really odd to me that they'd run a freight train at nearly 9 AM that can only do these lower speeds. I don't know. That feels interesting. Set up by a dispatcher that gets to work at 8:30. Looks like there's no 500 hertz, so we'll come up to the light. You need to try and avoid 500 hertz if you can. Oh, we're being diverted, are we? Okay. Well, if you can avoid a 500 hertz, then you can avoid being held at a lower speed for an extended time, Lundo. 2000 hertz is the bad one. But if you... oh, there's no 500 hertz because it's LZB. Yeah, of course, Derek. Of course. We're not on PZB, are we? I should stop panicking. There's a talent to Mitteldeutschland coming through. But yeah, if you're approaching a red light, slow down in front of on PZB, slow down and try and avoid the 500 hertz, and then you won't get held at the reduced speed on for an extended period. You can just, the 500 hertz deactivates immediately. The light goes up. I know, I just don't like trusting that sort of thing, turn it. Are we on the left line because predominantly the traffic is high speed on eastbound? That would be cool if we get past a couple times. I'm pretty sure I remember doing that on the original Dresden-Leipzig timetable. That's yellow, so the next main signal is red. There's nothing signalled on the right-hand line yet. Yep, nothing signalled on the right track yet. Good evening, Si. Riley, I've got no idea. I'd ignore them if I were you.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
PCB end already. Guess we're being flipped back again. Jack Duster, if you're on console, your old DLC and routes will come across on Tuesday when the game fully launches. At the moment, you're only in early access period. Steam, you should have access to your whole library if you've got Steam. It depends what platform you're on. Back on PZB. Back on LZB. Brilliant. That made no sense at all. Why on earth is it slowing me down? Oh, because LZB needs reactivating. AFB needs reactivating. Moses, the game fully comes out on Tuesday the 30th. This is we're in early access that started on Thursday. Back up to 100. You're talking about future things that I don't know anything about, Odin, so best to wait off to future things. I guess that 294 is waiting to come out behind me. No, CFA's turned off. What's our path like? High speed line, main line. Oh wow, just going to Dresden. There are high-speed freight wagons as far as I recall, Turnip. The main differences are all new content, Moses. There are some new features in the new content, like the announcement systems. Try googling turnip. I'm sure if someone told me about that, about there being high-speed wagons. It's making dynamic announcements feasible by giving it a list. That's basically how it works, Liam. Let's see how time goes at the end of this one, Reese. I do feel like doing another US run though before we finish up. Oh, ICE. We haven't tested it with the ROG Xbox Ally X. I know people are using it with the ROG Ally. I use it on a Steam Deck Banjo, and as long as you set your settings up appropriate, given the spec of the machine. I use medium settings, 1280 by 800 resolution, which is the native res of the deck, and medium settings. I get 30 FPS pretty reliably, which is about right for the hardware, to be honest. How many types of this game are? I mean, there's different editions. There's the free and the standard coming out on Tuesday, and there's the Deluxe and Special are out now. Moses. This is Train Sim World 6. Probably this big old pile of trains queuing up behind me. Oh, I don't know. Maybe this is it's just a little 2-car unit there. Maybe this is a quiet moment in the timetable. So they sneak a freight train down it. I know we're working on a patch, Reese. We have one lined up. I'm not entirely sure whether that's intended to be go out on Tuesday or Wednesday. The official day one, we're technically already playing. What we call a day one is Thursday. Not a clue, Riley. You'll have to try it and find out. Yeah, well, the Chinese have also, or is it the Japanese, one of them have been exploring FMUs, freight multiple units. Now that's a cool idea. I like that idea. Kind of like the MPV, but with lots of wagons. Jack, you got Deluxe Edition Early Access. Nice! Oh, they rebuilt Clinchfield, Paul. I'm sure I read that there was some doubt as to whether or not they'd even bother. Don't open that can of worms, Riley. is no answer I can give you that will make you happy. $59 clicks. Yeah, I mean that's basically what it is, JP. It's a content bundle. The only downer is having to re-download the darn thing every day, every time. But I guess it bothers me less because I download the full game several times a month because I'm switching between branches all the time. So I have to download all 400 gigabytes over and over and over and over again. My ISP must love me. Yes, Lundo. The whole thing. Or just untick a load of DLC and do that. I sometimes do that. I'll just uninstall most of the DLC. And then I'll flip branches, do what I need to do, flip back. And then put any other DLC on. Occasionally I'll put it all back on again. Working at home, I usually leave this one on the shipping branch where we test production code, and I'll have my laptop in the development branch, so I just literally walk between the ends of the room, which has proved a lot more efficient. Yeah, 6 has just gone into early access on last Thursday, Moses, and is launched officially on Tuesday. The passenger ambience is really good, isn't it? I think Reese did that, and it was kind of a personal experiment that he put in, and he sent me a video, and I'm like, how do we get that in the game? That's cool. Maybe it's fascinating with your voice. Did you get the wheel working on SteamOS on your... I'm not sure what you mean, Liam. The wheel? Do you mean like the radial thing? I haven't tried, I've been streaming. I haven't so far been able to do what I want to do with it, no. You mentioned you played ETS with a Logitech wheel on Steam Deck. No, I think you must have convoluted a couple things together. I use a Steam controller, sorry, not Steam Deck, Steam controller, and you map the, you can map up the gyro inputs to joystick inputs effectively in a Steam input controller. I mean, you can probably do the same thing with a Steam Deck because it's got the same gyro in it, but then the whole screen is moving, and I'm not sure that would really work as well. I've no idea, Riley. That doesn't ring any bells from anything I'm aware of the way you've described it. That's cool, isn't it? The lit up holiday park at Dawlish Warren. Yeah, I did that. We were driving the Western, one of its preserve runs from Plymouth to Exeter, and the sun was setting all the way through, and it was sort of getting on to dark by the time we got past Dawlish Warren, and it was all lit up. It looked fantastic. That was just a really, really nice run with this just sky that was on fire the whole way. It was a very nice run, Moses. It was a very nice run. Hey, Joseph. No, we've been going 8 hours so far. I've got a ways to go yet. Although I'm probably going to finish this run, and then we'll do a run on the Alp 46 out of New York Penn. So probably another hour after that. I'm having a blast, to be honest. Great company on the chat, and just sit back and relax and enjoy the game. Thanks, Amaze Days. Ben did a fantastic. He always does every year, but this year he definitely he reached in deep. We've come off of PZB.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Why didn't it need me to acknowledge Elzebienda? How bizarre. Mr. Toby's dad, no, I'm running a box standard as it comes build. No mods, no any changes, nothing. Vectron has indeed got LZB, yes.
Remember, that doesn't mean you can go fast, because a lot of the freight cars are 100 kilometers an hour limited. Nice. Which 7F is it? My favourite 7F is the Somerset and Dorset variant. Certainly for the time being, Tommy, it's just on new routes that we do. I don't want to make promises about going back to older routes. We have no plans to do that at this point, but the system's been designed to make that not too hard to do, so we'll see. If opportunity comes up, I certainly would like to. Get down to 70. Got to drive like we're in charge now. Hey, British Ace. Oh, we're at Risa. I knew that would happen at some point. Because I missed the acknowledgement of the L's at the end, but it didn't seem to make any difference. I was just waiting for it to kick me.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Just got to wait for the brakes to recharge. See you later, Adam. Motors are in, brake cylinders are out. It'll take a moment for the rest of the train to vent and pick up its brakes. I have no idea what that is, Riley. Uh-oh, you were reading chat. Yeah, that's basically it. There we go. Oh, we're good up to 65. We're good to 70, but let's call it 65. Good night, Tuxkadazuma. I forgot to acknowledge the speed change, like some sort of noob. It's better.
My usual go-to station on Riviera line is Newton Abbot, Tommy, just because there's a good variety of different things there. You've still got the Paynton branch, and you've still got the main line. The passenger announcements sound really cool there. Moses, this is quite a long run. I'm doing it because I went from Leipzig, Ingolsdorf, all the way to Dresden, so we're about halfway through, I think. That's the Ranger Bahnhof over the side there, which is the main freight. That's where a lot of the freight goes. It's not actually that common freight goes this way compared to what goes up there. No, sorry, freight's on this section of the route is common, it's just not up massively common to Leipzig. Something like that. Lucas explained it. Blame Lucas. Yeah, we've got the neutral section coming up, waiting for the blue boards. What's the goal for TSW6? Drivetrains, have fun. Broadly. No, the new core features only exist on the new routes, Stephanie Amy. Power off. Main circuit breaker open. Neutral section down. Section close. Now I can reapply power again. I was about to write in chat too. Moses, this route is in Germany, between Leipzig and Dresden. I think in the Vectron it's manual. I mean, tell me otherwise. Some trains it's automatic, but I think the Vectron it's manual. We'll get switched round to the high-speed line shortly. Hey, Mr. Masterline. I work for Dovetail, so you're probably best off asking the chat. There are some new bugs because, hey, it's new content. But we got a lot fixed in the first couple of days, the first day or so, and we're going to have a first patch lined up fairly shortly. Day of the Dispatch is very good, isn't it, Tommy? Liam is very creative. Alan, when will we know what routes will be ready to transfer over? So what platform are you on, Alan? See you later, Train Simulator driver. Enjoy. Very funny, eh, Squirrel? Very funny. Xbox Series X. JP, can you remind me what the rollout plan is for content on Xbox Series X? I thought it was all coming out on Tuesday, but now I'm doubting myself. What does the FAQ say? Temporary speed restriction. Good night, Derek. I thought Epic was only being staggered as well, but the way Alan was asking was making me doubt myself. There you go, Alan. Sounds like it's all Tuesday. Riley, sales are up to the platforms to do. We get a lot more options to do sales from Steam than we do on the other platforms, but we pretty much take up every option we're given. Cleveland, as long as you're enjoying it, that's good. I would say don't forget sleep, but I'm probably the wrong person to be going on about that. Have you potentially Mix Wizard, if ATC might be slowing you down, and also Access may be slowing you down. ATC is based on the signals, not the speed limit. So you might get, for example, a medium aspect or something. You might get something saying limiting you to 30 in a 45. Just purely because of the aspect of the signal. That's how the cap signals work. I don't think they're on by default, no, Liam, but you'll still get warnings, I think. It still guides you. Jack, do I keep the TSW6 or do I have to buy it again? You should never have to buy it again, Jack. I don't know quite what you mean. Tommy, at the moment we're looking at doing English subtitles, but we are also potentially going to look at doing it the English that follows it, because like some of them I think they do, like particularly the Express, I think they do the English after the German. Denture to go is good. I imported it from Japan. Good to hear it, but am I missing a safety system? I don't know, am I? Oh, only 35. Oh, it's because I don't have the Dutch safety system turned on, Rob. Again, I thought this had been fixed. I'm going to talk to someone on Monday and see where the fix is on this. It's supposed to figure out whether you're in Germany or the Netherlands, and you then only require those safety systems. Honestly, I drive with ATC and Access on, Liam. It's pretty easy to, you don't have to guess anything, you just react to what it does, and in learning it you'll get better at understanding and at predicting things that are going to happen, so that you don't have as many things coming up. Yeah, that was Square Enix, wasn't it, Pacific? Yeah. Cheers, Emma. What advantage is there porting content from 5 into 6? It would mean that you'd be able to then, if any new content will only be coming out on 6, Stephanie Amy. So if you stay with 5, then you can't add any more content to it. So if you bring it all over onto 6, you can then carry on adding content onto it. Until there's new content, probably not lots of advantage at all, unless you want the new bits this year. If you don't want the new bits this year, then probably not. But there'll be no further changes to 5 going forward, so Riley, I know some of the services kind of do a bit of the explodey thing because of the physics. I made some noob errors. I need to go and fix them. The UK route has 8 scenarios in total, Distinct Gamer. Mr. Toby's dad, I'd love to do an option to start all the safety systems, but it's not that easy. Because every loco is different safety systems and so forth, you'd effectively need to put that setting in and then go and update every single loco to actually add support for that setting. If you just made it to where every loco did Control Enter, Shift Enter, then everything would start by doing full power on tests and so forth, which doesn't sound right either. I'm trying to think about a way that we can do it that doesn't require going back and touching the entire back catalogue, because if that's the case then it won't work and only new trains will get that feature, and that's it. That feels terrible. Most likely, Hannah. Most likely. I'm not going to say we're never going to do an update for 5, but it's pretty unlikely. Yes, Liam has also updated Diesel Legends, yeah. I don't think we have any buttons left, Liam, for that. Sounds like you've imported the wrong profile, potentially, Mix Wizard. Go back and have a look and see what profiles it's offering you to import. It might be your TSW4 profile you've imported, not your 5. You can re-import again, so you haven't lost anything. $19 kilometers to go. We're almost back on the main line, I think. Tommy, again, it's another one that's quite difficult because changing the PAS in the cab requires implementing either an abstracted system, which is incorrect and inaccurate, or implementing all the different systems used by all the different trains in all the different countries, which is quite a lot of work. So yeah, it's difficult. Pressing all the wrong buttons. $220 is great, isn't it, Tommy? It'd be even better without that emergency brake problem. Mr. Tobies, was that amount of faults intended for the 220? You mean the number that you experience in one go, like multiple engine failures and so forth? No. There's in one of the upcoming patches. We dial that right back. You won't get engine failures anywhere near as much. This is returning us back onto the main line near Cosvik. Friedrichstadt branch is the one going off to the right there. Signal delays should work in free roam, yes. They apply to any signal in front of you that's going up from red to yellow or green. Yeah, Tommy, the 150 is getting dialed right back as well. It's kind of comical at the moment. Right, we're not too far from Dresden now. We're going through Radable shortly. That's fine, Riley. I didn't know you didn't see it because of the adverts. Yeah, 220 is getting dialed back, JP. I just said that. Well, send me details of what you've done, Londo. Although you can already access all of the PZB buttons anyway off the buttons. But it's probably easier doing it a different way.
Unfortunately, faults came in really at the end of most taste, so it didn't get as much of a look as I would have liked. There was a lot of the engineering just took a lot longer than was expected this time around. Something I need to learn from next year. In the future, let's just say in the future, right? .3 to go, 7.2. Good night, Jack. Well, we're going to start getting spicy signals in a minute. Sergeant Salt, I really need to get one of those TSCX controllers. I don't have one. So I don't know what's involved. I presume, from what I gather, people are using Cobra's driver to make it use the rail driver interface. Does it need anything else? I've got all the TS controllers hardware on order, Londo. That's where I decided to go. Signal delays are very simple. Very simple. If a signal within a range of you wants to go from red to not red, it will apply a random delay. Why? Oh, I got speed checked.
Zwangsbremsung, 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 Zugbeeinflussung.
Got speed checked. Wait for the brake pipe to recharge. I think that was a bad aspect on the signal because it was green on the HUD and it had a 4 above it, so it couldn't possibly have been a red. I think it was just showing a bad aspect on the signal. Angry German sounds, yeah, really. Yeah, I've got them on order at Mace Taste. They won't be long. I've got the 66 one coming as well, and I'll get the new PVC when that one's out. Had a play with it at the Greatest Gathering show. Very good.
Yeah, Lucas is doing stuff with the signals, yeah. Yeah, I'll see about ordering one of those TS controllers units. Sorry, the TSCX units, so we can see what might be needed to help that. I'm also talking to someone who's making an American control stand about getting him API documentation so that he can get that wired up with the, or talking to the game properly as well. That looks very cool. Yes, one service for the 802 on GWA, I believe, Riley, yes. It's a test, a trial run type representation. It was a speed check. That was the problem, because I was going from an 80 kilometers an hour into a 40 kilometers an hour into the yard. They put a 500 hertz in there to catch up people who are going too fast. Does anyone in the UK distribute that yet, Rondo, or are they still coming from China? If you go onto the TS Controllers website, Tomcat, you can see all the different products and all the different prices. Because they've got a range from a single button through to like the Class 66, which is a behemoth. Yes, Liam, he has an AWS button, and the PBC I think has that built in? I can't remember actually. It's got master key, reverser, throttle. Can't remember if it's got the AWS. Oh, or is it DRA that it's got built into PBC? No, TS controller stuff doesn't work on consoles. As far as I'm aware, no one's had hardware certified for consoles yet. Oh, have we got a 101 causing problems? Let's get stopped and go do deleting. Chris, if you're representing a Steam loco that exists today and is preserved and owned, then yes, you need to talk to the owner about permission. We appear to be bunged up, probably because there is a misbehaving BR-101. Yeah, there it is, look. Boom. Nuked from orbit. There we go. That one's moving. Just got to wait for this to all unbung now. There you go, 2 more going out there. Yes, this is a loco swap if I remember rightly. For the coaches where they switch between different locos. Is there vigilance on the 150? Yes. Got another one coming in here. Oh, things are moving slowly but surely. Nothing up here yet though. That one's moving. Got another one coming in. Oh, we've got some stuff coming in. That's going. It's all freeing up now. All freeing up now. Yeah, we're still just finishing this run up. I got all the way this far, so I'm gonna get into Dresden and finish the journey. Darn it. The one directly in front of me has moved, which means I might get an aspect in a minute to at least get out of there. Nope, another one here. RE15. One's now out. That one's now been given the clear. That one's in. That might be the one that I'm waiting for to get out of the way. Soon find out. Getting there. The 101 has a problem with the coaches. It's not communicating properly with the coaches, so it knows it needs to close the doors. It can't close the doors. We have a fix. We just it'll be out shortly. Hopefully in first or second patch. It's annoying because in our development build, it's got the patch in it, and this all works beautifully. There you go. Got yellow. It's just the normal 101 that's got that problem, yeah.
Zugbeeinflussung.
There you go. All the signals in front are now green. The problem is the dispatcher's given the path to that train, and then the train never moves. So the dispatcher kind of is stuck at that point. There's nothing else it can do. It needs the train to move and release
and free up the traffic, the path it's been given. No, it's got nothing to do with faults, Riley. AI trains aren't affected by faults. This is just an old-fashioned bug. So I looked at the using the newer train, Jason, but there are twice as many people still to this day using the original 101. And I think that forcing people to spend money on a loco feels bad. It feels like we shouldn't do that. If it had been about the same, or even a majority on the expert, then yeah, I'd have been fully for it, but it's not. There's about twice as many people, I think, playing with the BR101, and that's not based on ownership, that's based on actual people playing. So, Jan, we're going to, it's not there yet, but we're going to put the fault notifications in here, along with anything else. They should come into this message log. Most popular route and train? I don't know off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Daniel, we're giving the Cardiff route a go for the first time. Oh, nice. What train are you driving, and which bit of the Cardiff route? Augustine, well done so far, loving TSW6. Had a better launch than 5, like this new storm. Nice, thank you, Augustine, appreciate that. Oh, there's a freight train arrived over there.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Well, we've been thinking about what we could do about doing a basic cab car, Jason, but obviously, you know, TSG quite rightly see that as a significant part of the value of their pack. So we'd have to make another one, and there's no resource to do that at the moment. So yeah, it's difficult, really difficult, bloomin' awkward. Tanker train heading west. And we're just arriving into Dresden-Hauptbahnhof. 153 to Corn Heath. Hi, nice. BR 101 there, running light. Here comes the Vectron to replace the 101 that left.
Zwangsbremsung.
Oh, well, we're stopping here anyway.
Zwangsbremsung. Zwangsbremsung.
There you go. Right. One more run then. Let's do the Alp 46 out of New York Penn. If you're on console the sim, then your routes port over on Tuesday. If you're on Steam, you've already got them. Morris without space. Alp 46, there it is. New York Penn to Dover? Yeah, why not? Do it in the morning though. 8 o'clock. Safety systems on. Unlock doors. Don't tell me I unlocked the wrong ones. I did unlock the wrong ones. See you later, mateys. Oh, got the cellar. Alright, fine, we'll fly over here then. Got some Long Island traffic here. Got the light. I need to go a bit of a way though.
How often is signal delays? I can't remember what the frequency is set to, Jack. The Acela is only drivable into Sunnyside and back. You can't drive it like anywhere else because they run to Newark, Penn, and beyond. The fact they don't stop till Trenton. Just going to park it here while we figure out what's going on. Got a jam up coming out of New York. So the Acela being held up. Oh my word. No, Lear Depot is West Side Yard, which is the one up here. This is West Side Yard. This is the Long Island's depot. Then Sunnyside is Amtrak and New Jersey Transit. There goes the Acela. Got one more signal. We're presumably going out behind that one. Or he's waiting for me. Yeah, I think they're waiting for me. Yep, they were waiting for the Acela. We're good to go now. Sorry everybody, wait for me. Hey Becky, how are you? Let's put a minimum service on for the time being. Hopefully by the time we get into the 60, that Acela is long, long gone. out of pen. Derek. Oh, you came back, Derek. Hey, Michael McGuinness, how are you? Next station, Secaucus Track B. What do you mean, Riley? I don't follow you. Do you mean why does the route look the same? Because it's the same route. There is no changes. You're using it on the original route. Diesel Legends is a gameplay pack. Thank you, Rob. Oh, thank you, JP. Speed limit up to 75. Oh, funky signal aspect. Yeah. Yes, Liam, we're on the NEC until Kearney Junction. I'm doing alright, Michael. How about yourself? Just go, no, nothing at the moment in terms of getting the old stuff on the livery designer updated. It's a huge job, huge job.
brought me all the way down to restricting into Secaucus. Oh, it's because I got a red light at the end. Are you on PS5 by any chance, Switch Cave? Yeah, we've got a fix for that audio coming hopefully soon. Switch Cave, but we're testing it at the minute. Oh, very soon. Like, if we can get it out, you know, I'm hoping it'll be out this week, as long as it's proved to work. We have the fix already built. We just need to get QA in on Monday to test it. MM production, stop the train, a throttle to 0, brakes to full service, reverser to neutral, as in 0 at all your controls, stop engines, start engines. Right, let's speed up a bit. Next station, Newark Broad Street, which will be after Kearney Junction. Point going up to 60 because of this upcoming speed limit anyway. Nick Vincent, yeah, I've been streaming 9 hours 20 minutes. I haven't had a blowout stream like this in so long. It's been needed. As long as I don't break it, we will definitely blow past the 10 hours. Probably get very close to 11. Well, look at that. Amfleet cab car service. Right, let's speed up. We're holding up the Rhine. This section, I think, was redone. Liam. That's one of the reasons it doesn't go to Newark Penn.
As we come down to Kearney, watch out for the voltage here. We come down here, you'll see this all change. We're on 16 kV at the moment. But the Morristown line is a 25 kilovolt line. Yeah, all the voltage power handles, I would have thought it was done by now. I may be misremembering when it happened. Unless I picked the Trenton one. I might have picked the Trenton one. Yeah, I've got the Trenton and out 46, not the Morristown out 46. Oh well, never mind, doesn't matter. I ain't starting again now. Right, come around the corner into Newark Broad Street. Oh yeah, it works. It's just the UI has a doesn't update. The train works. Oh, look at that arrow on there. Multi-levels in. And me sneaking over here. Yes, simulator guy, yeah, we've already had one go at fixing it. I'm guessing some more need fixing. Joe did this one, Tom. Oh, time to go. Derek, this is 6613. Got a 45 limit at the moment. This is just where ATC holds you down on low speed in this area. Cleveland's got to stop somewhere. This was a tough route to build. $35. We need to get this one updated to the same level as Morristown. Cab signalling is just not as good. Right, next station is East Orange. Well, it's because it's east of a place called Orange, Tom. It's quite logical, really. Well, there is another orange, because you've got East Orange, this is Orange, Highland Avenue, Mountain. I thought there was another orange up here. Oh, South Orange, there you go. Well, Orange County is in Florida. I don't know if there's an Orange County in New Jersey. Just off to Brick Church Lane now. Yeah, if you've submitted a ticket, Ultimate Gaming, someone will get back to you. Keep an eye on your junk folder just in case it comes back to there. Oh, there is an Orange County in New York and California. Doesn't surprise me. Orange. I wouldn't bank on it being tomorrow, Ultimate Gaming, but maybe. Remember, it's Sunday. Yeah, Lucas has been going on about the Mirio, Jason. I think he likes them as well. It's 7:43 PM. Now it's 43 minutes past midnight. Been going for 9 hours 37 minutes. Just getting started. I'm lying. This is it. This is the last one. Highland Avenue. I'm not in control of that Discord server, Ultimate Gaming. Nothing to do with me, I'm afraid. I've got no powers there. That's my plan, Derek. Get this week out of the way and then start looking at a regular schedule, including Wreckfest once a week.
throttle. Raise a support request, Ultimate Gaming. Just put another support ticket in. I don't want to be in charge of the Discord server, Odin. Jeez. No, thank you. Alex and that are a lot much better at that stuff than I am. After some initial hiccups at launch, which were fixed in the first hour or two, on the whole, I think very well. I'll let other people in the chat say what they think. Hey Eugene, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Well, we've caught up on our schedule. It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day. I am kind of dying in here. It is really, 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 really hot. My computers are absolutely murdering the temperature in here. Michael Goff, if you can have a look at the FAQ for the launch date and time, if I think it's in there, effectively your back compatible content is the same. So I can't remember when they launch on Tuesday. It's 4 PM, is it, Rob? Okay, there you go. South Orange, and then we are free and the orange is behind us. An orange free zone, one might say. As long as the game isn't running, Rob, it should just kick off and go. Possibly you might need to go in to check for updates. But it should be pretty smooth, as long as the game isn't running. It can't update when the game's running. Yeah, we left the Big Apple a long time ago. The apple's gone, the orange is gone. All that's left is the lemon, or as I like to call, as other people like to call it, Chatham.
Coburg, Short Hills, Summit, Chatham, Madison, Convent, Morristown, Morris Plains, Mount Tabor, Denver, and Dover. Please stand back from the yellow line. Watch the gap between the train and the platform when boarding.
Sorry, Rob. Bent, that normally means there's an error in the signaling configuration, where it's usually the stuff on the HUD is actually correct, but it's got the wrong lights being shown. See you later, JP. Oh, peel out of chat. Okay, no, fair enough. You got me. You got to the core of that joke. Maplewood. Tommy, how long have I been streaming for? 9 hours, 45 minutes. That was a zesty one there, nice. Lots of bad jokes, but I don't mind. On-train announcements will work in free roam, but the platforms won't have any trains on them, so there won't be any platform announcements to announce. But your on-train announcements should be fine. Melbourne. Funky signal aspect. Are you looking to balance DTG versus personal streams? I am looking to do more personal streaming, yeah. I need to get back to relaxing more.
I need downtime, and the streaming is how I get that downtime. I've got high blood pressure and some things that I need to find ways to just dial down and step out of the work, and this is how I do it. So I need to make an effort 2 or 3 times a week, and then the other days of the week I need to be getting off my backside and doing some exercise. I know, difficult times. Well, it's a huge problem for this fourths, because working from home, it's difficult to switch off. When it was, go to work, do work in the office, and then come home, there was a clear boundary. But work is just over there, behind me. So. Short hills, as opposed to long ones. Yeah, we need to do carrier command as well, don't we, JP? That's a really good shout. Well, it'll dial down a bit, Odin, but then we've got post-release patches and next DLCs, and it never ends really. But I've got to find a way to carve out some space to chill out. Everything will be better at the end of the day because of it, so I'll do better at my normal job if I chill out a bit. Can't be on all the time. Oh, we've still got quite a way. We've not even made it to Summit yet. Liam, and I do Wreckfest. I'll be doing Wreckfest too. Well, I guess we'll see what the majority wants. I've got both of them. We'll see what the majority wants to do. But I am keen to explore 2 and see how it is. There's some Beat Saber and some Derail Valley. I really enjoy Beat Saber. I need to go back and start leveling up some of the ones that I've done. I've done most of them now to like beginner level.
Breakfast 2 is on sale at the moment. Oh, nice. See you later, Fords. Now we're at Summit. And then Dover is about there. Wreckfest driving pink cars, absolutely. Or purple if you're JP, or orange if you're MLP Derek. Bent signal delays for player trains. Would you like to have been a train driver? I don't know. I don't know. I like what I do. I don't think I'm that good of a train driver, to be honest, and I don't mind being I prefer being in a place where if I make a mistake I can press escape and press restart. We do Wreckfest though, we will need to raise a glass for fallen comrades. Be one person certainly of note that won't be joining us. This you mate. Slow down. What did I do? Did I just mess up trying to release the brakes? I think I did, yeah. Come on, find the power. Yeah, you've got to watch what this thing is saying. Night, Riley. And we're making it into Summits. Really early, actually. What have I done wrong? Remind me, the rocket, which one is that, JP? Crikey, how long has it been? Oh, I see, yes. We'll swing over to the right and head northwest. When it's time to go.
100% agree, Rob. 100% agree. Nine seconds, longest 9 seconds in my life. It was Chris that passed away, Simulator Guy. He was the producer for TSW6. I can only remember her real name now, JP. I can't remember what her name was on the game now, but I see her Facebook posting every now and again. Leannon, that's it. That's Gladstone branch heading off to the left there. If it means more purple paint for me to spread all over the ground, I'm all in favour of that, Derek. Never played Splatoon, Londo. That's a Wii U and Switch game, isn't it? Yeah, service mode is very much day in the life, whereas scenarios are what the heck just happened today, which you can't really do in service mode. Grumbles in Night Ride.
Chatham. When you say limited power, Rob, I'm filled with Clinchfield nightmares and probably one of my favourite scenarios in the entire game. But then I've not played your one yet. Yeah, I mainly play timetable as well, Matty. Well, it takes as long as it would in real life, Cleveland. This is why when people say, why isn't the route longer, I'm saying, you really think you'd stay interested in it that long? This is a 90-minute service. Oh yeah, there's plenty of short services. I mean, if you want a 1 second service, Cleveland, you could just look at the menu, blink, and then look at the menu again and you know, feel a sense of contentment. Hey, Demiser. Oh, getting there now. Madison. And then Convent. Possibly at some point, Crafty Jaden. We do plan to add more to the system. Once we've got this bit settled in, alright. Convent, Morristown. Well, you get pantograph drops at the moment, Cleveland. If you were talking about a pantograph that just stops working entirely, it starts getting dangerous having that kind of thing, because what we don't want to do is have it to where your train suddenly becomes dead. And there's also, you've got to be a bit careful about, I mean, in reality, something like that happens, they probably fail the train and take it out of service. Which again is a failure. How far from Dover? Well, we're working our way up here at the moment. Dover's up there, so. Yeah, so in those cases where you have multiple pantographs, you could make it to where you lose one and you have to switch to a different one. But then the game would need to make sure that it doesn't then fail that one. Is that better? You can hear me now. Yeah, these things used to last longer than they do now. Only getting about 5 hours each out of them, which I guess isn't bad. Supposed to do about 8. However, I have had it 2 or 3 years now, so. It's a little wireless one. I got 2 of them, and then you just charge them in this dock. It can be, I mean, I'm using it with a lavalier, Londo, but you don't have to plug the lavalier in. There is, I don't think you see it, but there is a microphone on the top. You can get a little spudgy, fluffy thing to put on the top of it. But I'm using it with the lavalier. It comes with 1 lavalier for each of the microphones. No, I don't like headset microphones. Same as I don't like the giant streamer ones. Headset microphones have to be kind of right here to where to get really decent sound out of them. They're bothering me. The big microphones bother me visually, whereas this thing doesn't bother me at all, other than the whole dead battery thing, you know. But then, you know, then I think people normally do 10-hour streams, to be fair. So. This is a Hollyland Lark Max Pro, I think. It's very good. It's very good. My microphone is this right here. That's the lavalier, and then this is the transmitter. And then this is the receiver. With a funky screen on it. Morris Plains. Not too far now, isn't it? Morris Plains and then Denville. And then Dover. Are we nearly there? Ah, Mount Tabor, okay. Whose silly idea was it to start a 90-minute scenario at this time of day? Noob! Where did you send the message, Eddie? Oh, nothing's showing up. Maybe my Discord is frozen. Or was it an added message in another channel? Gotcha. Thank you. I shall read that later. Or tomorrow. Hey, Kieran. Doing alright actually. Not had any issues that I can recall. Not other than my driving. See you later, Simon. The only other I've got is that it's just getting so unbearably hot in this room. I need to get these machines turned off and let the room cool down. Eddie, is there a ticket to upgrade the New York Trenton 46 and multi-levels to the same standard as Morristown? If not, can you pop one in for me when you get a chance? I can't see a good reason to not just find some time to do that. And you wouldn't end up like I've done here, selecting the wrong bloomin' one. The remaster has that, Liam. They've got pretty rubbish headlights, I think, Jason. It's not too uncommon for an English truck to have rubbish headlights. Mount Tabor, Denville, Dover. Yeah, it'll be part of TSW6, but it's part of the remaster, which isn't coming out until TSW6 at some point after. I can't remember when, but soon. Okay, Kieran. Ditch lights flash to attract attention, Liam. At that point, they're called crossing lights, and they're designed to attract attention at crossings. Hence why they're flashing on the bell. Slow down at 40. Hey, Michael Strain Talk, how are you? It's the same lights, yeah, it's just ditch lights when they're pointing at the ditch and crossing lights when they're flashing. But generally people just call them ditch lights. Oh, we're nearly there now. Short hop to Denville, round the corner and over into Dover. No, I don't think the map is showing them anymore for some reason. Don't know why. Really, Derek? Okay. Alright. Get a bug in the database then to have a look at that. Denville just round the corner.
Watch the gap between the train and the platform.
Not like we're in a rush. There's a few stations in the US that do that, Liam. Trying to think, I think Caltrain's got at least one. "4 miles to home." Good night, Mr. Toby's dad. Thanks for watching. It's almost 10 PM, Rob. Tomorrow. I haven't eaten dinner yet, Rob. I need something else, you'll go eat dinner. Oh, I knew I'd probably skip dinner tonight. I wanted to stream. I wanted to start before 5 o'clock and not stop at 5 and not start after 5. So it's just like, you know what? Streaming's more important tonight. I've got some munchies for afterwards to get me going. Fed the cat one of my personal needs breaks, so lady will still be talking to me. Two miles to Dover. Lady's been perfectly good, Derek. Really, really good, actually. Didn't seem to phase her too much, to be honest. Yeah, I should be going shopping tomorrow, and I need to get cat food. I've got plenty. I've got another box, but a box won't last me all week. I need to probably pick up another 2 boxes tomorrow. But lady shall get her breakfast. Or I shall hear about it. I've still got. I've not finished with those pink digestives yet, JP. I've still got plenty of those left. And I haven't even touched the pink Dodgers yet. They are a bit Moorish, aren't they? Thank you, Rob. I've had a blow-on blast. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Which I put down entirely to everybody on the chat, making it awesome. Ba-boom! Oh. It's not too bad. I didn't lose too many points. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for watching, folks. Let me just push it on to... Hey. Thanks very much for watching, folks. Really appreciate it. I've had a blast. I hope you've had a blast. Go and get TSW6. Maybe you can play it. If you get the deluxe edition or special edition now, you can play it now. Otherwise, it's out on Tuesday. All right, folks. Thanks very much. Once again, I'll see you later. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.